What's up, everybody? Today, we got a really special video because we're going to be covering Pensacola, Florida, which is where I grew up and went to school for most of my life, but it's also America's oldest settlement, established in 1559 by Don Tristan de Luna and other Spanish settlers according to mainstream history. I'm just going to say it right now that some of the things you're going to hear me say in this video, you most likely have never heard about Pensacola, Florida. And some of these things will be so shocking that it's difficult to fathom for those hearing it for the first time. So of course, there will be know-it-alls who will have to conclude that it's absolutely ridiculous. For many of the things we discuss truly bring to question everything we have learned about history. But if you're patient, after we cover the entire mainstream history of Pensacola, we can discuss an alternative, one that not only has been forgotten, but suppressed. Only then can we really begin to question his story from completely new eyes. To begin, we must first learn the mainstream history taught by the education system so that we can begin to question it outside of mainstream programming. When speaking of Pensacola, we're not only speaking of the founding of Florida, but the founding of America. This is a pretty big deal because we're going straight to the beginning, or founding, right? So, we all know that in school, we're told that Christopher Columbus founded America. But that's not really true. He actually never even set foot in America. But for some reason, in school they really programmed us with this idea that Columbus really founded America. I mean, with Columbus Day and all. And I know that many of you have considered that Native Americans were already here when the Europeans came, so how did Columbus find America? It really makes no sense. But it gets deeper than that. So did Columbus discover America? If this were discovered to be inaccurate, then how are we not going to ask questions? I mean, what about Leif Erikson, who reached Canada 500 years before Columbus? Well, essentially, what we are told is that these Europeans come to America in the early 1500s and they discover a new world, right? With these savage Native Americans who were cannibals, and so the Europeans came in, slaughtered them, and then they start building the first settlements in America, like Pensacola, St. Augustine, and most famously Jamestown. Which is weird because literally Pensacola is like forgotten for 150 years by the Spanish, and it basically takes until the 1800s till we're now to the point where they can finally start constructing massive buildings. We're taught that this was all natural progression and that there was no cities in America during these times. But we only believe that because that is what we were told by these educated historians. So we must start with this founding of America. The true founder of America in mainstream history is arguably Ponce de Leon rather than Columbus. Remember, I'm coming from a doubtful perspective, so I always keep the possibility in my mind that these figures could have been forged or entirely made up for a specific narrative. But for the moment, we will focus on what they tell us in history class. They say Ponce came into America as a gentleman volunteer, whatever that means. He was definitely born from royalty, he was a noble birth and was a part of the Spanish military. So not sure what you mean by volunteer, but okay. They don't even know when this guy was born. They tell us around 1460. Also, Ponce de Leon was a page in the royal court of Aragon and later fought against the Moors in Granada, Spain. Now really think about this. This is going to connect with the Charleston video, but basically, the Moors were in control of Spain for over 700 years, arguably 1,000. Type, how long did the Moors rule Spain in Google? There you go. And if you don't know what I mean by Moor, I'm speaking of Black European royalty that conveniently was left out of the history books, as we will see. I just want to clarify that this is not a Wakanda promotion. This is actually crucial stuff in order to understand how we've gotten into our current situation. So let's use our critical thinking skills here and you tell me if you think it's just a coincidence. So America was founded in 1492, according to mainstream history. Very specific date for so many questionable histories such as Columbus and all sorts of little stories that we aren't even 100% certain because we're only left with a limited amount of information. The Moors in Spain, supposedly, this is what they tell us. Out of nowhere, after 700 years, just lost their power in Spain and were driven out. This conveniently is the same exact year that America was founded in 1492. So if they were driven out, where did they go? So this Juan Ponce de Leon guy starts a war with the Moorish emperors of Spain in Granada, or I mean, that's what they say. If you type what war did Juan Ponce de Leon fight in, it literally just says Moors. But it's actually called the Granada War, which ended an almost 1,000-year-old Islamic empire. Most historians believe that Juan Ponce de Leon was born in northern Spain, but during this time, Spain wasn't even created yet. That wasn't until 1516 by King Carlos. Before, the Iberian Peninsula was divided among different kingdoms. You have Aragon, Navarre, and Castile, which was the vast central portion of the peninsula. Now, before we go any further with Ponce de Leon, in order to assist those who may be new to this subject, what we have to understand when it comes to history and even these kingdoms is that there has been a falsification of history from names, cultures, and even our timeline. So if we look into the history of Spain, which again is going to revolve around lions as with the Kingdom of Castile, which means Kingdom of Castles, we're talking about a cover-up. They're dating these castles to 1200 AD, and I want you to look at some of these designs. You will find that there are many architectures in the States with similar styles, and many of these castles in Spain are labeled as Moorish architecture. So what you have is that in the 11th and 12th centuries of our supposed mainstream timeline, we hear of this expansion and union of the Kingdom of Leon. Why such an obsession with lions? But during this time, we're told that, quote, throughout this period, the Castilian kings made extensive conquest in southern Iberia at the expense of the Islamic principalities. The kingdoms of Castile and Leon, with their southern acquisitions, came to be known collectively as the Crown of Castile, a term that also came to encompass overseas expansion, end quote. Okay, so Islamic principalities. What are they talking about here? Al-Andalus, which is the origin of Andalusia. Al-Andalus was the Muslim-ruled area of the Iberian Peninsula. Looks to me like they dominated all of Spain, and it continues to say that at its greatest geographical extent, it occupied most of Spain in present-day southern France. That's very important to remember for later because it means these Islamic peoples had set up cities all over Europe. But wait, who were these people? When you look into this, you'll begin to see that there was some sort of cover-up when it comes to the people who ruled these lands. This gets into the subject of Moorish royals, which, in this little summary of Al-Andalus, I didn't see any mention of more. You actually have to know what to look for. They're not going to explain this stuff to you. So if you know where to look, you can even find this on the wiki. But trust me, there are thousands of references on this stuff. They just don't really mention it in mainstream history, especially now in the modern day. Beginning in the Renaissance, Moor and Blackamoor were also used to describe any person with dark skin. In 711 AD, a group of North African Muslims led by the Berber general Tariq ibn Ziyad captured the Iberian Peninsula, which was modern Spain and Portugal. Now I know what some of you may be thinking. There are debates onto whether the Berbers were actually black. The argument is that they have the negative Rh trait with red hair and blue eyes, and I really wouldn't argue against it. But that doesn't mean that all these Moors looked like that. That could have been one specific multicultural nation as these royals were mixed and swarthy. There are many arguments supporting the notion that Moor does indeed refer to people with black skin. A few are the vast amount of paintings depicting Black Moorish royalty. In the Cantigas, Alfonso X wrote they were as black as cooking pans. There's also the Song of Roland, in which Charlemagne says they were as black as ink and melted pitch. There are many paintings showing black soldiers, and I do think that they look mixed in some of these depictions, but as we can see, their skin was indeed black. There's also a very strange depiction of them building castles and even fighting giants. Moreover, by 1243, an early Spanish history book, De Rubas Españae, actually describes the invading Umayyad Moors. The men were dressed in scarlet, and the reins of their horses were as fire, their faces as black as pitch. Even the finest man among them was jet black. Their eyes glowed under their headdresses. They rode swiftly as if their horses were leopards. They were like wolves in the night. Even before 711 AD, the Romans had been writing of the indigenous populations of North Africa and using terms such as nigrete, which became a color but really relates to people on the Niger River and etymologically is big river people. Also, Mori Moros, which are Latin Greek words linguistically tied to the color black, even beyond describing the Moors Moros. Now I disagree that the Moors originally come from Africa, as I believe they come from Le Moor or Moria, which that doesn't mean that there weren't cultures and tribes that had lived in Africa for generations that were Moors. It's just that I don't think we evolved from monkeys, so I reject the entire out of Africa theory. This just means we must look into alternative spiritual histories. But if you're interested in hearing more about that, check out the Secret Black History videos. There's Moorish architecture all over Spain. Interestingly, the period of the Caliphate is seen as the golden age of Al-Andalus. Also, the Caliphate of Cordoba, which was an early Enlightenment period during this time. Interestingly, Cordoba or Cordova is actually an elementary school in Pensacola, and there's also a Andalusia Square and many of these names you will see all over Pensacola. But essentially, Al-Andalus had been in existence for almost 1,000 years, and then it shrunk to the Emirate of Granada, where, in 1482, the Granada Wars began. After 10 years, the empire had just completely fallen. I thought this was kind of interesting. They say that these religions were constantly fighting, but then they say that there was an Enlightenment period where Christians and Muslims were getting along as well, so which is it? I just find it strange that the Moorish Empire of Spain was destroyed the same year that America was founded by Columbus in 1492. Now, before I continue with Ponce de Leon in the 1500 period, I wanted to explain some things very quickly regarding the dating and our modern perception of our historical timeline. Many scholars throughout history have debated the validity of the chronologies that have been handed to us by the priest. Since Rome, historians were primarily funded by the Catholic Church, and these priests decided the history that we would be told. I mean, it's as simple as that. But to be more detailed, so we get the official timeline, and this whole idea that Rome was 2,000 years ago. And then we went through 1,000 years of essentially no progression at all, and then we get to the 1200s where now we're in the Dark Ages, warring nation, kingdoms, famines, no real technological advances until we get to the Renaissance period in the 1600s. So think about that. They tell us that the architectures and technologies of Rome were just forgotten and had to be rediscovered. Rome had enormous architectures and technologies that have never truly been replicated by any other civilization. Essentially, our historical timeline that we know is called Scaligerian history. If you're new, this is something that can take up an entire video, and we've done many on it, so I highly recommend checking out the Tartaria playlist. The chronology of the entire history of almost all classical civilizations was developed by a man named Joseph Justus Scaliger. This is around 1540, 1609, and he was a French philologist and historian whose works on chronology were among the greatest contributions of Renaissance scholars in historical and classical studies. This is in the late 1500 period, so this is when they started this initiative to rewrite our entire timeline. In his work, Scaliger investigated ancient systems of determining epochs, calendars, and computations of time. Scaliger had a number of students, but his most famous student was Dionysius Batavius, or Dionysius the Little. Both of these were Jesuit Catholics funded by the church, as I was mentioning earlier. These are the people who rewrote our history. Again, many people today would laugh at creationists who say that the world or Earth is less than 5,000 years old. That's ridiculous, right? Most people who aren't religious would most likely say that's completely false. Well, our entire history that we know today was developed by these religious cult fanatics who tried to fit the entirety of human history into this age of Earth, which they believed to be 6,000 years old. In other words, regardless if it's true or not, much of the history of the world as we know it today was formulated based on the falsified Scaligerian biblical chronology. According to Fomenko and Nosovsky, in their book History, Fiction, or Science, the entire history of the Holy Roman Empire was backdated or shifted back by at least 1,000 years, and much of this history happened during the Middle Ages, 1000 to 1500 AD, not during the 1st century through the 12th century AD as now implied. Other scholars like Walter Williams and Godfrey Higgins had made similar claims. If you haven't looked into Fomenko's work, Doctor of Physics and Mathematics, he really debunks this entire notion of modern historical chronology, citing hundreds of inconsistencies which are to be blamed on the ignorance of the scribes, or in other words, the historians. I say this was done purposefully, but either way, what we know as mainstream history, or this out of Africa theory, the movement from east to west, is just a theory or interpretation of history, but even more so, a strategic lie used to control the future generation's perspective of reality. Why, you may ask? Well, it's much easier to control a populace when they don't know their true history and origin. It's called identity crisis, as we will soon see. I find it interesting that many references talk about how many historians argue over dates, meaning no one really knows. Because if you know what history is, it is written by the victors and the royals. 300 years pass by, and all we have are documents from some royal court, and that's basically all we got. So many of these historians don't really have a clue. But interestingly, in one of these history books, it was saying that, it's not surprising that no one knows this information because the archives in Spain were often carelessly maintained. Weather or insects. Sure, but this is supposedly the reason that countless records in public papers vanished altogether. I mean, does that not seem suspicious? And if you look at these castles in Castile, and also, I was born in Spain, so I kind of remember my mom taking me to this one giant castle on a mountain when I was a kid, and it was just massive on top of this huge mountain. Can't really remember the name, but there are tons of these. I mean, think about it. One of the kingdoms is literally called Aragon. And also, the Basque people from northern Spain, which is said to be the highest density of Rh-negative peoples in the world, well, these Basque people literally have legends of coming from Atlantis. But unlike many of the other stories from around the world, these legends are still very prevalent to this day. Even the Basque language has puzzled historians and etymologists because no one can pinpoint its source. I could continue with the history of Spain, but we're gonna have to save that for a Spain Unveiled video in the future. But take a look at this. Man, this castle, I've never really heard of it, but it's called the Castillo de Montuenga. And I think this is one of the craziest ruins that I've seen. I mean, how do you even go about building a structure like this? Literally looks like it's merging with the mountain. Kind of looks like the American West. But yeah, I just wanted to show you those castles. Back to Juan Ponce de Leon, because Apparently, these historians are arguing on the dating. For the longest time, historians believed that Ponce de Leon was born in 1460, and of course, this was provided by some old paper writings, as in the case with 98% of our history that we follow in the modern day. But this is the perfect example to illustrate on why we shouldn't just blindly trust mainstream history. So they believe that he was born in 1460, and they believe this because some explorer wrote in his journal saying the age of Ponce de Leon. But then in the modern day, after researchers scoured Spain's archives, they discovered a document relating to a court proceeding in Castile in 1514. In this document, Ponce testified that he was 40 years of age. This then changed a large portion of historians' minds because they found this one court document that claims Ponce de Leon was actually born in 1474. Which, by the way, in history, there's always like hundreds of clones of names, as we'll soon see, so how did they know for 100% that this was Ponce de Leon? Well, they don't, of course, and that's why they argue, because they really don't have a lot to go on. Juan is born from Luis Ponce de Leon and Leonor de Figueroa, who were both nobles. Also, as a boy, Juan Ponce de Leon was a squire or the personal assistant to Don Pedro Nuñez de Guzman, who was the knight and commander in the royal court in Castile. So wait, this is 1470 to 1480 when the Moors were still in control of Spain. After the War of 1492, a year later, Ponce de Leon went on Christopher Columbus's second voyage to the New World, where they settled on Hispaniola, or modern-day Dominican Republic, in Haiti. It's also kind of strange that he marries a girl here named Lenore, the same as his mother's name, but somehow or another, Ponce de Leon was just rewarded governor because he helped some native rebellion. Okay, so there was a civilization here, and they were obviously upset that a foreigner had arrived, but of course the story just goes that they were savages. Now, it seems that Ponce was specifically looking for gold, and the reason being is that there were several legends known all over Spain, including the ones from the Montalvo novels that go over the Moorish queen Calafia and her entire empire that was made from gold. Yet, there were other legends including the bountiful land called Borequén, which is the native name for Puerto Rico. So, in 1506 he sails to Puerto Rico to search for gold, but the story goes he didn't have permission from the authorities, so he went in secret? The reason is, he discovered the island that had both gold and other valuable resources. I wonder what that means. We have to remember that this history we're told was simply the news of its day, or an early form of record keeping of courts and events that were happening during these times. But all of this information was released by the royal elite or governments of those times, and so, why are we to conclude that there isn't forgery at play? We're talking gold, the conquest of lands, and the killing of entire populations, and these historians don't think that is a worthy question? So after petitioning King Ferdinand of Spain, he got permission, Ponce de Leon, to go to Puerto Rico, and the king agreed. I thought he did it in secret. So he gathers his crew to go explore the New World, finds the oldest settlement of Capara near San Juan, and then, now the Spanish king makes him the governor of Puerto Rico. Now, the Spain was like, you need to go find more lands, and so it seems that they were confident that there were huge resources in this area. Something I want to mention for later is that when Pensacola Bay was first named, it was called Filipina, in honor of King Philip II of Spain. I kept seeing a couple of connections to the Philippines in the Pensacola Museum and newspapers in Pensacola, so I thought it was important to take note of this. I would also like to note that it seems the basis for exploring the New World were actually based on prior legends. So, Ponce de Leon heard from the natives themselves a legend that there was a fountain of youth and a lot of gold on an island called Bimini, or the Bahamas. Now, many debate the location. But there is one in St. Augustine that claims to be the original freshwater source. But what if this is just a symbol? Because what kind of fountain are we talking about? A fountain? Who built this fountain? Is it just a spring? Or are we talking some type of palace or some reference to an ancient kingdom? A symbol for continuing this kingdom for eternity by drinking from the spring or taking of that resource. This brings us to the next section, where we learn about the 7 kingdoms of Cibola. In the early 1500s, the Spanish were convinced that there were not just lands with huge resources for gold, as the historians suggest, but no, they were completely convinced that there were in fact 7 cities made entirely of gold. Of course, in the modern day, they say that it was just legend. But if it was just legend, I mean, they spent millions, they built ships, they invested in these adventures, and you would think that they have to believe that it's true to a certain degree. I mean, if they really did find a city of gold, you think they're just gonna announce it to the world? Again, we could be speaking metaphors in the sense that there were cities not of gold, but of huge resources or infrastructure that had already been completely built. Take note of that for later. One of the most well-known legends is that of the mythical city of El Dorado, and even the cities were first attested to by survivors of the Narvaez expedition of 1527, including another explorer named Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca in 1536, which, what kind of name is the head of a cow or reference for bull? So this Narvaez guy came ashore with about 600 men to Florida, where they landed in St. Petersburg, and then they say they traveled all the way into Tallahassee, where they encountered a large and powerful Indian culture. It's interesting to note that there are legends of giants in Florida, Indian tribes that were labeled cannibals, and in recent times, actual remains have been found, as with the Florida bog bodies that were an ancient burial ground from long before the early European settlers. So, after the whole Narvaez team encountered basically these giant Indians, they were like, nope, and then went back to the coast, I think Texas, where they supposedly built rafts, and then from there, they were trying to go to Mexico, but a huge storm came, sending them to Florida, where most of these 300 men on rafts were killed, except the 4 explorers, of course. So yeah, the most famous explorers survive and they head for Pensacola Bay. But just think about this. These explorers were, I think this is symbolism, Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca, or head of the cow, Alonso de Castillo Maldonado, or wrong and donated castle, Está Vanico, or this is vanity, Estevanico, which is another name for Stephen. I mean, just a little strange. Estevanico is supposed to be Stephen the Moor, and that he, quote, was the African explorer of Native America. It gets interesting because it says that Estevanico is the one who discovered Cibola during the Niza expeditions, where he wrote, quote, there were 7 very large cities, which were all subject to one lord. In them were large houses of stone and mortar, the smallest of which were 1 story high with a terrace, and there were besides 2 and 3 storied buildings. The chief's house was of 4 stories. There were many decorations at the entrance of the principal house, and turquoises which were plentiful in the country. The people of these cities were very well clothed, end quote. So hold up, this Moorish guy, which is essentially connected to royalty, I know they say he was a slave, but I think that's just a cover-up, as we'll soon see. But this guy is telling the people back at Europe, like, hey, these natives have 4-story building houses of stone and mortar. Bro, that's called a mansion. This is like 1532, so these natives could build some crazy buildings, and they were for their chiefs? And they were well clothed? So wait, were these native savages? We also did this video on Norumbega where there was this quote where these natives had all sorts of plates of valuables, crystals, and rare gems. So, are we not going to ask any questions on how these natives got all this stuff? I mean, you really got to think that if they were willing to just kill all the natives, right? Imagine if these buildings did exist, why would the Spanish not just jack them? Like, seriously, they were willing to kill them, they had guns, right? Why would they spend the time building little wood huts when they can jack these, quote, stone buildings of 4 stories, as referenced by the first Moorish explorer of America? So there are references to there being advanced civilizations in the Americas. It's just that it's been chalked up to legend because in the texts that were left behind, they kind of over-exaggerate in some instances to make it seem that way, but in some reports, it's obvious that these were not just savage people, but that they had advanced civilizations including agriculture and cities. But as some legends suggest, there were giants and extremely advanced technologies. One of the clues is on old maps. You see Cuivera, which is another reference to the 7 cities of Cibola, but it's in the middle of North America. The legend being, it was a mythical city of an ancient land of giants. So, what you learn is that Tristan de Luna, or maybe de Crescent, which is the explorer who went to colonize Florida, and he was related to the wife of Hernan Cortez. Well, in 1559, he established a ephemeral colony in modern-day Pensacola, meaning just for a short period of time. But there's debate because supposedly Pensacola was completely destroyed due to disasters, but then not too long St. Augustine was founded, so that's why they argue on who's first. But Pensacola was founded earlier, it just got destroyed by some huge hurricane supposedly. So with a fleet of 11 crewed ships of 1,500 people, he went on to anchor in the Pensacola Bay, Achuse, which was already known about since the expeditions of Francisco Maldonado during the 1539 and 1543 expedition of Hernando de Soto, where they set up a settlement called Santa Maria de Achuse. Historians believe this was possible because they came with 1,500 colonists, and so they would just come to America, and within a couple years they were building massive bastions. Essentially, the Spanish came searching for cities of gold. They did this based off prior legends. They said they found nothing but savages or Native Americans, while other explorers contradict this by describing massive buildings of stones and sophisticated societies. Yet, after De Luna rediscovered Pensacola Bay, the hurricane destroyed their settlement and the Spanish just forgot about Pensacola for 100 years? So, if we type History of Pensacola, and obviously this is wiki so I'm not using it as a reference, I'm just trying to make a point, you will not see one reference towards Huguenots. I went to the museum, I searched the entire West Florida library, they do not talk about Huguenots. Or, there's maybe just 1 or 2 references, but people really aren't talking about it when it comes to Pensacola's history. If you type Pensacola and Huguenots, some interesting things do come up. For example, there are some anthropologists at UWF who are asking the question of whether there were other colonies in Pensacola during this time with the Spanish. And this is going to connect with the last Charleston Unveiled video, but what they say in the history books is that the Spanish are the ones who brought the Creole culture to Pensacola. But wait, I thought the Creole was Cajun, and if Cajun were the French, why are we not going to speak about some of these early French influences in Pensacola? Or is it something else? De Luna? The Islamic Crescent? The Huguenots? Were they ever in Pensacola? Well, the idea is that after the Moorish Empire ended in Spain, it really never actually ended, it just shifted into a new phase. And these were the French Huguenots, who were also pirates as well as the early Protestants. So they changed their religion in secret to a certain degree. So after this supposed war between the Protestants and the Catholics, the Huguenots left France in droves, and one of the places they came to was Pensacola. It was called Camp Belltown in the early 1700s. So, supposedly, they are the ones that pick up Pensacola from the rubble after the supposed first Spanish settlement was destroyed in 1559. This was covered up and lost to history because Protestantism in Pensacola turned into Presbyterian in the 1800s, which is also how they conveniently date many of the surviving Old World churches in Pensacola. They say that it was only 300 Huguenots who came, but I beg to differ, as we see the amount who came in many other cities as with Charleston, Savannah, St. Augustine, and many more. There is a deep connection to the Huguenots in the Moorish Empire, which is another reason I believe this is suppressed. I find that almost all the researchers at UWF in the modern day are completely programmed to the mainstream narrative, and so they find little hints that point to something huge or even a lost history, but then they have to always try to explain it away as if, well, we really don't know. It's just a puzzle or a mystery, right? Just a small settlement that just disappeared for 100 years. Many common themes. But listen to this. From Bertrand van Roombeke from the University of Charleston, quote, "Whether within the French or British imperial framework, the Huguenots were present in the Americas, on the continent, or in the islands from the middle of the 16th century to the end of the 18th century." End quote. Okay, so the Huguenots had forts everywhere. Look at the first one, Fort Charles Fort, Fort La Caroline in Florida. Look at this thing. And they're saying it was built by the Huguenots? Why? Because this whole area was Protestant. So where do you think that came from? Quote, "This Florida, called Huguenot, because the colonists and majority Protestants were led by captains of the Reformed religion. Jean Ribault and René de Londonnière subsequently vanished under the attacks of the Spanish. From this, French Florida, there still remains some magnificent drawings of Amerindians and a map of the Protestant Jacques Lemoyne de Morgues, the narratives of Ribault and Londonnière, as well as touristic and memorial sites in Florida and South Carolina." End quote. It's also interesting that it's called Florida or Fleur-de-Lis. And speaking of maps, I've shown this countless times, but this is the Voyage of Francisco de Orellana map by Antonio Pereira in 1546. And it clearly shows multiple huge castles with flags that have Fleur-de-Lis. Not sure how this is supposed to exist since they didn't even have land in Pensacola until 1559. But here's the map. Look it up. Right here, they're depicting essentially a massive castle right where New Orleans is supposed to be, but it looks like the landscape was slightly different then. I'll trust that cartography in the past was dependent upon navigation, and also that there are countless names of cities provided showing that they had full understanding of the cultures that lived there, or that these are based on even older maps. But for the most part, it seems that this castle is over in New Orleans, Biloxi, Mobile, and Pensacola, as if it was just one giant fortress. Here's an old document speaking of the Huguenot refugees in America at the time of early Charleston 1680. Many had already begun traveling to the plantations in America, and so they already had full-on plantations. And notice how he says that they are good workers of the crown, they are loyal, pay their taxes, they are traders, laborers. So I don't see why we don't learn more about them since they were definitely throughout the South. There's even a famous haunted St. Augustine Huguenot cemetery, which is supposed to be the most haunted in Florida. A book called Memorials of the Huguenots talks about a lot of prominent Huguenot members during the early 1700s and how they're all connected with these early Protestant and Lutheran churches. There's even one guy named Henry Beauquet who was in the British Army, became a general, and was placed in charge of the South at a department headquartered in Pensacola. So wait, they had a city in Pensacola in 1760? Where is it? How big was it? don't really have a lot of information on Pensacola's city structure before the 1880s, although early engravings seem to depict them having large buildings. Another thing to consider is the confusion behind denominations in the early churches being formed here. When Tristan da Luna came again in 1559, he came with 1,500 soldiers and a large number of Franciscan friars. Keep in mind, this is after the Protestant Reformation, so they'll have you think that this is the same as the Civil War, that these people were against each other. Yet, the early settlers were building Catholic churches and Protestant churches right by each other. Well, the excuse is Calvinism, right? The guy just wanted to find a way to bridge the two. So, what you have to consider is that these are just different heads of the same beast. The elite royal bloodlines who had already taken over and corrupted the church, but also wanted to be the head of the Reformation. That is what a Presbyterian is. It's Calvin's attempt to merge Catholicism and Protestantism. The Old Christ Church in Pensacola is a Presbyterian church. Okay, well, what they mean to say is Old Huguenot Church, as this looks just like the churches in Charleston, but they don't try to cover up the history there. So, essentially, many of these friars were Calvinist or early Presbyterians, or a better way to say it, Huguenot refugees. A book called The Huguenot Settlements in Florida, 1562 to 1565 by Thomas Downey, shows how they did indeed have settlements in Florida. Quote, "Now, since this was the custom of the age, the Spaniards seemed to have ample justification for their claim to Florida, certainly at least to the peninsula. They had made 4 important voyages to the land, one by Ponce de Leon in 1513, which first brought the peninsula to the knowledge of the Europeans, another by de Leon in 1521, a third by Narvaez from 1528 to 1529, and a fourth by de Soto in 1539. This is not considering the numerous minor voyages which we have detailed in this paper and which number 11. But what of France's claim? What of Verrazzani in 1524? Had France any claim to settlement? Or were the Huguenots from 1562 to 1565 merely bold aggressors into a land where they had no right to be?" End quote. In Chapter 2, The First Huguenot Colony, 1562, on page 29, the 16th century, which had been productive of such marvelous discoveries as we've recounted in the last chapter, was also a period of startling religious innovation. At the beginning of the century, all Europe, with the exception of certain Eastern Slavic districts, was Catholic. At the end of the century, only the southern half was strongly Catholic, while in the north, Catholicism was either entirely stifled or else fighting precariously for its existence. On the western part of the continent, France was the greatest battleground between the old order of belief and the new. One of her own sons, John Calvin, considering himself inspired, had begun a movement to purify the morals and the practice of Catholicism. He believed that this purification would come not from within the traditional church, but from the outside of its fold. Finding that the French king Francis I was a militant champion of orthodoxy, Calvin soon felt himself constrained to transfer his activities to other quarters. He chose the Swiss town of Basel, or it is pronounced Bale. Here, he wrote his famous work, quote, "The Institutes of the Christian Religion," which was to serve as the groundwork for all his future teachings. If you haven't seen the Charleston video, you gotta see it because there's so many connections right here. But Basel, or Bale, is the start of the Rosicrucian order. Too much to go into here, and even this book is very long, so I'll have to summarize, but in short, Calvin supposedly had good intentions to find some kind of a bridge between Catholicism and the recent rise in Protestant ideas, such as not having to do good works. The idea in history that, Catholicism was dominating everywhere and that Protestant ideas led to the Reformation and Renaissance age. But what if it's just all a setup, a hijack operation? Be patient with me and I'll explain more later. While at Basel or Bale, he learns about a Protestant reformer who was killed by the Catholics, or something inspired him for change, so the story goes. So a few years later, he gets an opportunity for leadership by taking part in a revolt of the citizens of Geneva against the political rule of the House of Savoy under the Catholic Church. Supposedly, they won the revolt, and because of Calvin's leadership, he was made the chief pastor. And let's remember, as a child, Calvin was literally being trained to be a friar, meaning he was a Catholic orphan. So anyways, they make him the chief pastor and preacher of the city, and after the revolution, now all of a sudden he's in charge, his influence was assured, and now his ideas became the temporal and spiritual head of the city and the University of Geneva, just like that. Now the idea is that this was a good thing because the Catholics were dominating this area, right? But just wait. So now, Basel or Bale had a new center of learning that could attract many more students from all around Europe. So, these Calvinists were the Huguenots, and as we showed in the last video, the Huguenots are the Islamic Sephardic Jews from Spain, otherwise known as the Islamic Moors, who had retreated after the Granada Wars, or they just went underground and moved their empires all. The Protestants were the Huguenots of the state. The Calvinists were the Huguenots of religion. Interestingly, the name Huguenot is derived from the first Calvinist who would have secret meetings in the basement of a church dedicated to Saint Hugo. Secret meetings? Does this have to do with underground basements or tunnels? They try to play it as if there weren't that many Huguenots, but the truth is, there was an entire civil war over this in France. Quote, by the middle of the century, this religious rift had become extremely serious. It gave rise to a series of internal dissensions to political play which it is not our province to trace out. Finally, these political and religious differences brought on a long and devastating series of civil wars which filled almost the whole of the latter half of the 16th century in France. You could accurately call this a coup. The reason they don't is because the idea is that the Catholics were performing horrible atrocities. But what if the Catholics were hijacked and that this was already converted into a tool of power? In order to understand that, see Connor McDarry, Irish Wisdom Preserved in Bible and Pyramids for the full reference. So, these Huguenots were a part of this new church. They just needed a new face. That is what the Reformation was. The Renaissance, the Age of Science, it was all funded by the Catholic Church. Galileo, Copernicus, Kepler, yeah, they just so all happened to be Jesuits funded by the church. And then after the Reformation, all the scientists of the Renaissance were just owned by the new Protestant church. This was the process in which the old church, the Church of the Ancients, Church of Iessa, was then hijacked by what we know as the Catholics, okay? But the original ancient Church of Iessa was not going around dominating and killing people based on their beliefs or even torturing kids. The original ancient church was a spiritual church of archetype symbolism uniting that which is above and below in harmony. This is the origin of the ancient mystery schools. So essentially, you have a hijack in France, which used to be an old ancient city, and these Huguenots successfully take it over. Then, you have a Huguenot man named Gaspard de Coligny, which was a general and a great patriot. To him, he says that the civil wars are simply a curse to France because essentially all these civil wars did was give more power to the Habsburgs in Spain, which, if you remember, are connected to King Charles and King Louis. They're all the same bloodline intermarrying each other. On top of that, they're all owned by Emperor Maximilian in Rome, as we saw in the Biltmore video. So the civil wars in France benefited Spain. Which this guy is trying to say, oh, why are we worried about the Civil War when Spain is in the Americas getting all these resources? This apparently made de Coligny so mad that he decided to show Spain by actually planning a trip to the Americas. Or so this is how the story goes. Apparently, during the Civil Wars of France, de Coligny was like, okay, I don't want to have any more clash with these civil wars. And then somehow he had already established a haven for core religionist buddies in America. They say that in 1555, he had sent to the shores of Brazil a group of French Protestants who settled in the harbor of Rio de Janeiro under the command of Durand de Villegagnon, but the Indians, as well as some of the Portuguese, attacked the little group and the affair was given up as a failure. This failed because the Indians attacked, so he tried again, and then somehow he became the governor of Havre. Later, he began to promote that the French would be opening commerce in the Americas. The Spanish and the Portuguese freak out, even the English, but supposedly de Coligny invited all volunteers, Protestants or not, to come live together in Havre. In this announcement, he also said that they would be leaving the port to go to Florida. So they knew of Florida and had plans on colonizing it from the start. This was October 28, 1560, because a Spanish ambassador at Paris wrote to the Cardinal of Lorraine to obtain more precise information on all of this. So, the Huguenots set off from their voyage of the port of Havre in Brazil to Florida on February 18, 1562, and in April, they finally got sight of land. First, they described a cape to the south that they called Cape Franciscois, but they didn't like this land for some reason, and so they kept on north and finally came to the mouth of the modern St. John's River. So basically, they came into Jacksonville and were around this entire St. Augustine area, which that will have to be its own video. But they do have a Huguenot cemetery, and all these Lutheran and Presbyterian churches definitely recognize the connection, but they don't say directly that the Huguenots built the churches. They kind of slipped up in Charleston though, because many of the old churches, even the oldest one in Charleston, which is massive and from the early 1700s, is known in mainstream history to be a Huguenot church. So they definitely could build this stuff according to the historians, but why were they not building them in Pensacola? Or a matter of fact, why are they not mentioned at all anywhere in the museums or libraries in West Florida? Very suspicious if you ask me. When the Huguenots landed along the St. John's River, they erected a stone pillar on the banks. So they weren't building with wood, they were building with stone. But on top of that, the natives were just friends with them, showering them with gifts of mirrors. That's kind of weird, maybe it's a symbol, but the Huguenots were most definitely in Florida, but there seems to be some type of historical cover-up when it comes to these figures in America, although South Carolina is happy to talk about it. If that's the case, that means Pensacola had large brick buildings in the 1700s, and we must take note of that for later. Now, Pensacola contains many bastions, which we'll see later at the museum, but we've gone to both Fort Pickens and Fort Barrancas, which we're not going to be doing a full breakdown of those because we have a video from 3 years ago in Pensacola that kind of breaks down the fort and the entire experience with it. But this definitely connects with that video, because when you look into the forts of Pensacola, the main thing you'll see is that they're promoted as Civil War defense forts, and they have this entire story behind it. But when you go to these forts, especially Fort Pickens, I mean, this thing is massive, and most of it is actually underground, and these hallways are so strange. Why go through the effort of making all these arches? Not only that, how did they make these in such a short time period? Of course, the answer is always slave labor, yet, interestingly, we would struggle today to build a fort the size of Fort Pickens using the same materials on a beach? It also looks very old and magical in some of the places where nature has grown over. Same for Barrancas. The halls at Barrancas are incredible architecture, resembling many European cisterns. This is no joke of civil engineering, especially as we discuss some more mysteries of these structures as we near the end. Even if we are to believe their story about these structures being built for the Civil War, the engineering, resources needed, and the time frame in which they were all constructed brings suspicion. But even more so, they don't even think to mention some of the older forts of Pensacola. For instance, lesser known forts like Fort George, or the Fort of Pensacola itself, and the Spanish forts of Santa Maria, Santa Rosa, and Fort San Carlos de Austria, which is said to be their original barrancas. Also, the ruins of Fort McCree are at the bottom of the bay. Old pictures show it to look very similar to Pickens, but not a trace can be seen today. So just imagine, what else was lost with Pensacola's history? Now, we're prepared to start looking at the buildings in Pensacola with new eyes. One of the inconsistencies of Pensacola's history are these early Pensacola village houses owned by UWF, such as the Tivoli House and the Lavallee House, which, if you go on the tour, the whole intention is to show you what life was like in early Pensacola. Lavallee is literally a French name, and they'll tell you that the first colonists were French, but what was their religion? Would they happen to be Protestants? This news video even shows a tour guide talking about this influx of people that came from the Louisiana Purchase. This is the kind of stuff that they want you to take in and just accept. And the Tivoli High House was high-class entertainment, right? Or in other words, it was a brothel. So they want to say that these are the oldest houses in Pensacola when they're really just cottages, and so they date them back to 1805, but this Tivoli house isn't even the original house, it's just a reconstruction where you buy the tickets. This entire representation of early settler life in Pensacola is just a stage. So they were just throwing their chamber pots right out on the streets, no water or waste management. They just come out of nowhere and then build this old Christ church, made a few cottages in Pensacola, so it was simple and small in the early 1800s. Because think about it, the Spanish landed here in 1559 according to mainstream history. That's almost 250 years. You have old Spanish bastions, forts, and the supposed Civil War Fort Pickens, which is absolutely massive. But you're telling me this is the earliest surviving house? And it's not the original, they had to rebuild it, so something about this story really isn't adding up. Consider the engravings of Pensacola from the 1700s with massive buildings in the background. We've been to the St. Michael's graveyard, looked at all the graves, and the earliest one is after the 1800s. I confirmed that there are no graves before the 1800s from the graveyard keeper. The point to make is, what happened with the leap in architecture? The oldest surviving building is actually the Desiderio Quina House Museum, or Quina House. It's a very small house, so they say this is what they were living in 250 years ago. Spanish explorers were indeed reporting that the natives of these lands had cities with buildings of stone that went up 4 stories high where the chiefs lived. We saw that with Stephen the Moor from 1550. So why is there such a spike in the buildings being built in Pensacola in 1880, and all we see are cottages from the 1800s and just one church built in 1820? There doesn't really seem to be any explanation other than population growth. Doesn't add up if you ask me. Let's remember the Spanish discovered occupied lands when they came on their boats, passionately searching for the legends of cities of gold or mass resource. There are also underground brick structures everywhere downtown that UWF is still in the process of unearthing. They're even willing to say that the early Spanish built these brick structures. Yet, where are these houses? In Charleston, the brick houses built by the supposed early English and Huguenot settlers are still there from 1650. I've been in them and they look very similar to the brick that I've seen in Pensacola. Why are there no old brick Spanish houses in Pensacola that still remain? Well, the historians just say it was all destroyed due to many different cataclysms such as rise of tides or mass flooding, fires, disease, and hurricanes, even sinkholes. But let's take a look at some of the architectural history in Pensacola, because I believe all of this stuff deserves to be questioned. Let's start off with the lighthouse, since it seems to be the earliest brick building there. Maybe some others, but essentially, you see a huge leap in engineering ability. Now all of a sudden they're building massive lighthouses? Doesn't really add up, because when you go to the museum, they show you that the Spanish just built wooden forts, so according to them, we're in the period where this is just starting to be built in America. When it comes to lighthouse, well, first it was a lightship, which was a boat with a huge brick lighthouse on top of it. I don't know about all that, but it seems that in 1851, they were like, yeah, these lightships are kind of pointless. They weren't that well attended, it required these really long cables, the lights weren't even that bright, and so they needed to start building these light towers on land. I don't know if I really buy that story. I mean, show me the ship. But they really do this with a lot of structures. It's just to make you think it's not that old. And on top of that, they say that the Pensacola Lighthouse is the second tower that was relocated or something. So the second one is the current one today. And it gets even crazier. Did you know that there's an actual death ray at the top with a supposed original lens imported from Paris? I found that out from an old 1960 documentary on Pensacola, and there's actually a lot of good things in here that I recommend checking out. But it said that it was so powerful that it focused on a spot for too long that it could start a fire. There was the Pensacola Bar Beacon right by the lighthouse, so there was even more architecture. They just say that it was wooden and demolished in the 1900s, but how do we know? It could just be wood around brick. The Pensacola Lighthouse is also said to be the most haunted place in all of America. There's one messed up story that we can't really confirm from 1820, but supposedly some couple went there alone and the girl was cleaning the lens and she went crazy and stabbed her boyfriend. Now, I don't know if I really believe it. This is kind of the branding of the place, so they're trying to promote this as some kind of ghost hunter's resort. And they also say that in the Civil War, it was shot by cannons and that there are many old ghosts from the war that haunt this place. There are so many ghost stories here that you gotta think at some point this became the entertainment for its day. I will say some of these places truly do have dark vibes, so I wouldn't be surprised if there were very horrible things that happened here. While we're at it, let's go ahead and mention that all of Pensacola had legal prostitution. Forget about the settlers, we're talking 1800s now. This was supposedly perfectly fine. Anywhere you have a port city, you're gonna find brothels. Quote, a red light district existed in downtown Pensacola in the late 19th and early 20th centuries where transient sailors and port workers, as well as local Pensacolians, could engage in prostitution and debauchery without fear of retribution. That's early 1900s up into 1941, where the US health officials finally ordered it to be quarantined. Not many people know about this, but it's true. These places were filthy. The roads didn't even have pavement. We're talking dirt roads, horses shitting, people pouring out their chamber pots in the streets. They didn't build pipelines for plumbing until the late 1880s. The firefighters were carrying water into the late 1800s. That's what they tell us. And then Benjamin Pitt, who was a lumberman and a fireman, approached the city commissioner led by W.T. Chipley, asking for a franchise to install an entire water system in Pensacola. This is in 1885, so they go into the neighborhoods and using new power equipment tools that they didn't have before, they start placing these pipelines in key neighborhoods. Expanding to supply the firemen and many local businesses around Pensacola, this was Pensacola's first basic water system. It wasn't a waste system. Most of the waste was either dumped in the streets, soil, or bay for this first beginning period. Interestingly, the Pensacola Library has been dumping raw sewage into the bay for years unnoticed, and there was this huge deal over it not too long ago because there was this horrible smell downtown. Everyone started thinking that many other places have been doing it too, so Just think about that. Waste management systems didn't really come into the 1930s in Pensacola. So these first settlers of Pensacola were drunks and gamblers, and then you have the dog races, which is just cruel. So these people were just landing in from their ships and participating in these large orgies because that's what brothels were. They were just old brick buildings, and they would hang up curtains and you could hear, smell, see the shadows from the candlelight, everyone in the building. But yeah, let's continue to look at some of the earliest buildings of Pensacola. The Old Christ Church was completed in 1832 and is one of the oldest surviving church buildings in Florida, serving Pensacola as an Episcopal church, which is really just Protestants who are trying to be moderate and say that they're both Protestant and Catholic. This was Pensacola's first true Protestant church, and is most likely connected to the Huguenots, although there are no references to this. They just say that they've rebuilt the church again on the same site and that this is the current church. They really don't ever say anything about the Huguenots in any of the Pensacola museums or articles. It's rarely referenced, but they will say that early Protestants came from the Carolinas and brought their missionary societies hoping to gain congregations. But of course, they tell us that none succeeded. There were 200 old early churches in Pensacola, many of which were destroyed and relocated many times according to the mainstream narrative. The Christ Church on Palafox and Wright Street has the circular domed ceiling and it supposedly replaced an even earlier church in 1832. Here is a German Lutheran Rosicrucian church that they moved in 1912. The St. Michael's Catholic Church, built supposedly in 1886, has not changed very much, they say, but obviously the people who built this church are using similar techniques that can be seen in other areas of Pensacola. So the Jesuits and the Protestants were just both happily building churches here? Here's a Baptist church from 1895. So Pensacola, another port city, is essentially a liberal city free of all religious prosecution, where all these churches, like hundreds, are just being built so close to each other. And these are all just being popped out in the 1890s, or at least that's when they date most of these old churches. With such a low population count, let's take a look at more photos. The First Methodist Church, the Garden Street Methodist Episcopal Church. Here's a Presbyterian church on Chase Street in 1906. And look at how destroyed this building is. I mean, this looks very old. Here is a Norwegian Seaman's Church on South Palafox, 1906. Let's take a look at the public schools. This was called Pensacola Public School No. 1. Very creative. And it was built in 1886 on North Palafox Street. They say that it was demolished to make way for PHS. Let's take a look at the old PHS building. Even the schools are old world structures. But don't worry, all the boy clubs will keep it a secret. And then you have AV clubs. How appropriate. Hallmark School. Here's the health building of Pensacola with massive Greek porticos. Here's the Escambia Courthouse, built in 1883 for $32,000. There's just so much you couldn't even imagine. I mean, a lot of it has been destroyed. So, I'm questionable on whether or not these buildings are really built when they say they built them, because I don't see enough evidence for it. We should have hundreds, if not thousands, of construction photos of this entire process, but that's just not what we're left with. Because what they really are trying to tell us is that they built all of this in really just a few years. I mean, even if this stuff took decades, that would still be impressive. Most of the buildings in downtown Palafox are dated to 1908 to 1930, and after doing all this research, I don't really see why we should trust them. They allow these churches to be dated to 1880, but that's pretty much it. Mackenzie Erding and Company is the earliest surviving business, and its building from 1863 was, quote, founded. You'll see that a lot. Founded by Danish immigrant P.J. Mackenzie Erding. It's interesting to note that almost every single old brick building in Pensacola has large basements and are slightly underground 6 to 10 feet. This is very questionable because why would they do this in Pensacola if it's prone to flooding? These downtown buildings all have basements, and if you think about it, this would completely compromise the structural integrity. But of course, they just say that they used a sump pump. But okay, we're just supposed to believe that they just built all these buildings so that everyone could rely on pumps? I don't even believe that the Blount building, Freemason building, or even the Seville building is constructed in the way that they say. The Blount building has like one old photograph of construction. Okay, what if I asked if it was doctored? Because I caught them doctoring one photo where in this 1908 photo, they say that this Pensacola First National Bank building, which we will cover more later, was built in 1906 and 1908. So they have a picture where you can see it all alone, and then another picture from the exact same date. You can see that there's another entire brick building to its side, and it really doesn't look new at all. So when was this downtown being built? When did it start? We're about to take a look at some pictures, and I really don't buy any of it. So you're telling me that downtown Palafox did not start construction until the 1900s? There may be one building that's like dated to 1888 or something, but for the most part, they say that all of Palafox essentially started construction in like 1906, 1908, and then bam, you have this boom town. But the population was only 13,000. That was like a 200% increase in just a couple years. In 1880, there were only 7,000 people. Interesting to note that out of these people, the large majority were considered to be Sephardic Jews, who are connected to the Huguenots. So where did they live? Look at this old photo of Pensacola getting started, and this is supposed to be like 1890. You can see that they're getting the city ready and building streets from wood with open holes that show that there are underground layers. I mean, this would be a huge feat, yet we only see downtown Palafox once it's done in its completion. There is a Bethel temple which has been moved many times and is originally a Sephardic Jew church, or what they conveniently like to leave out, a Moorish church. So, we go to the downtown library and gather as much information on Old World Pensacola that we can. What you have is there's many early photographs that have vanilla skies in the old photos of Pensacola. Many of the streets are completely empty, as if these buildings are being set up to bring people into the city. This is what's called ghost cities, and they just want us to believe that they were building all these buildings in a 10-year period. I don't see why we should believe that. They had complete trolley car systems. See, they're really playing us for a joke. That they could build entire boom cities within a 15-year period without power tools? And it gets much deeper than that. They really want us to believe that they're building these huge 10-story brick buildings, literally, and let's just say that they did manage to build these structures on a horse and buggy, no electronic equipment. Well, how do you explain the sheer amount of buildings being constructed? Where are the workers? Slave labor again? They just shipped everything on steam engines and just built everything up from the ground, they say. So rushy. The churches that they do claim are old, they're like, oh yeah, but this isn't the original site. It was relocated or rebuilt, and all these different stories to mess you up as you follow the breadcrumbs. Well, let's continue looking at them. So you have the City Hall, and this is a pretty awesome place. We'll be talking about it in the next section. But what you have is this typical old world looking structure that you can see very similar styles all around North America. Massive 4 to 5 story brick buildings where the entrances are lifted off the ground by several feet. It's recognized as having a Spanish architectural style. But wait, did the Spanish build this? Yeah, they claim that it was built in 1905 with no construction photos. And it also has a large basement, I see. Right next to this is the old county jail, which is horrifyingly in the modern day the Little Theater, in which they play little shows for kids, no joke, And this is where they would throw the insane and Pensacola's worst criminals were literally killed on site. The building originally had its own built-in gallows on the 3rd floor with a rope held by an iron ring in the ceiling of the judges' chambers and a trap door in the floor of the execution room. The supposed last execution was carried out on July 31st, 1920, and this place is known for containing many ghosts. Yet, here's another contradiction, because later, we're going to look at some of the ghost stories and how they say this was originally a Spanish prison. Here's the San Carlos Hotel, which no longer exists because they destroyed it. Yet, a lot of people still don't know about this place, especially younger people. They say that construction started in 1908 and they built this in just 3 years. You have the streets that are completely empty, and also the strange ether water fountain looking device. Just seems kind of strange. Here are some pictures of the interiors. There's really not that much information on this place, even though it's a very important part of Pensacola's history. Yet, in the 90s, they destroyed it for some reason. The Tyson building is said to be constructed in 1901 by another Danish-born immigrant. Remember this building because we're going to talk about some mind-blowing information on it. Then, you have the 10-story National Bank, which is right by the First National Bank, literally almost facing it. And they just want us to believe that they built this in the 1900s, with a small little comment saying that it was completed in 1909, the tallest building in Florida, a literal old world skyscraper. So I was in Ferdinand Square, and I was sitting right here in this little bench, just like this guy. But it was cooler because I had the drone and we could just fly it up and explore all these buildings. Here, we can take a look at how massive the Seville Tower really is. This is towards the end of downtown, and for those who aren't familiar with Pensacola, there's a little park down here that's really nice, kind of by the oldest restaurant in Pensacola, Seville, which I'm not really going to talk about it, but it's also known to be extremely haunted. But yeah, I just wanted to show you guys what it looks like from above in this area. And while we were chilling here too, there were these little squirrels that would just come up right to you. Here's another photo of the Blount building, which is 7 stories, no easy accomplishment from complete brick. And they say that it was built after one of the fires in Pensacola, which we'll get to shortly. The YMCA building is an old world building from 1906 with the exact same Robert Mills fireproof building design, and they say that they demolished this in 1969. Here is another view of the San Carlos Hotel with an interesting looking castle church in the background. Also, here are some cool photos of downtown Pensacola at night in the 1920s. Here is the post office that was said to be completed in 1887. A 5-story brick building. Here's a picture of a building built by a Daniel Sullivan, and we'll see his grave later, but this is the Opera House built in 1883, and then it was demolished because of the damage from the 1916 hurricane. Here's an interesting photo of Florida militia troops in the streets. Now, this one is interesting. It's the Pensacola Hospital, but it's also known as the Sacred Heart Hospital on 12th Avenue. This is Pensacola's first modern hospital, and I'm going to tell you some horrifying stuff about this place towards the end, but this building is well known for being one of the most haunted places in Pensacola. I mean, if you grew up here, you definitely came here at some point, and the crazy thing is that it was literally Pensacola's first insane asylum. They would force people to come here to be treated for diseases, and you'd have to stay here for months until they said that you could be freed. So the date is 1920, and this was the only hospital that they really had. I really don't think that this is enough for 20,000 people, and it looks like a freaking castle, so why are you spending so much time building all these arches, right? Why not build multiple buildings with cheaper resources and a more simple architectural design? Do we really need all of this? Or is there something else going on? Here's an old strange picture of Pensacola High School. It's basically a ghost city photo. Why not just bring out all the students? It ends up just making this photo look depressing. we're not even covering all the land that the military owns that we can't even really research to the fullest degree. We know about the forts and the lighthouse, but even the Navy hospital and the Navy Yard seem to have old world structures. Here is a federal building that was completed in 1888 because they say that the 1850 building got destroyed in a fire. I was curious as if there were any brick mills in Pensacola, and when I searched, nothing really came up. But then I remembered a memory that I've had throughout my whole life. Every day, I would see this huge chimney on Scenic Highway, and it was always so mysterious because it was just this huge chimney standing there. Come to find out that it was a mill built by the German-born Henry Heyer, who came to Florida in 1822. Pensacola was a large lumber producer, and so this mill was going to be one of the many lumber mills in Pensacola. This mill was producing 55,000 board feet annually and was noted as a firm with valuable European sales outlets. So yeah, this Heyer family and their future generations are banking families. He even supposedly built a 2-story brick house, so within this story, we learn that in the early 1850s, these industrialists with ties to Europe were coming in, building mills in a very short period, and brick houses. But where are these houses? Well, they have all been destroyed for a variety of different causes. One being that as the Confederates had prepared for the departure, the order was given to burn and make useless all manufacturing and inventories which might benefit the incoming federal forces. Colonel Hurd assigned the destruction and went place to place in Pensacola, all along the Blackwater in Santa Rosa County. Heyer's mill in the chimney and its old brickwork happened to survive the blaze. So they purposely destroyed many of these buildings. Now you may be wondering where I got this information. Well, it's from John Appleyard, which is a famous historian of Pensacola, and I think he was really a true historian of curiosity, as he's one of the very few people in Pensacola that actually knows and understands the depth of its ancestry. We will reference him a lot, but the name of this article was called "What's the Deal with the Old Chimney on Scenic Highway?" Now, we will discuss the fires soon, but I just wanted to take note that this is proof that they were indeed burning down cities on purpose during the Civil War, as I've mentioned this in the Charleston video and with Columbia, South Carolina. The story for Charleston is that they had almost 4 large fires, and that the Great Fire during the Civil War was merely an accident that no one can explain its origin. Let's see if we see a similar pattern here in Pensacola. For those of you who may be new to this, you see, you can find this common trend in almost every old world city. I don't really buy that they didn't have the resources to prevent fires, because they were building 5-story brick buildings to make it entirely fireproof. That's what they were called. Robert Mills, the fireproof building, right? So it's not easy to burn a brick building down to the ground by accident. It takes time. They're literally right by the bay. They have a huge resource for water. They had electric trolleys in the 1900s, plenty of springs and wells. They had steam technology. There's no excuse on why they wouldn't be able to prevent these fires, yet in every city you see the same thing. Pensacola had a great fire on Halloween night. I mean, come on, is that not the least bit mysterious? Imagine the buildings and architectures that we're not even discussing because they've been lost to history. Alright, so now that we've built up a foundation, we're finally ready for Pensacola Unveiled. It's kind of interesting because this video wasn't really planned for. I tried not to plan, even though we were pretty certain that we were going to do this other city after Charleston, but we were visiting my mom for a couple days and we were just walking around downtown and I'm like, hold up, why don't we just make a video here? And I actually did bring my drone so that I could fly around with my brother, but I'm very thankful for his help. He really did help me with this video, and he has a degree in civil engineering, so seeing his interests and opinions on the subject truly assisted me and gave me confidence in this journey, and he also helped me with many of the drone shots. It was really a great experience because it's very different than the last video we made on Pensacola from 3 years ago, where we really just kind of focused in on the forts, specifically Fort Pickens, whereas in this experience of Pensacola Unveiled, I really feel like we kind of stepped it up, went to the museums, bought the books, studied the library, went to the University of West Florida, and then finally dissected all the architecture from Old World Pensacola. So let's get started. I guess we'll start with the bluffs, since it's a pretty popular spot where the train passes by, and there's actually really super smart fish down here. If you come down at night and just chill and have a conversation, there are these little light bugs and fish that'll come up and listen. I'm not kidding, but I remember in high school, my friend literally jumped in the water and tried to catch this giant fish that was stalking us. Hence, there's an area down here that we call Big Fish. But this place is also scary too. Lots of stories of hangings, satanic stuff. People see ghosts walking here at night. But I really love this place. We used to come down here all the time, and it just has a lot of good memories. But be careful. Make sure that you don't get run over by the train. So for our first adventure, we have to start with the T.T. Wentworth Jr. Florida State Museum, which was the old City Hall. And as we discussed, there's controversy on the true dating of the construction. The first thing I noticed was a coat of arms, and on the top, you see that it's a hand writing on a paper, which I feel signifies the buying or transferring of land. But on top of that, the writing of official history. And then you see the religious symbol with the conquistador hat. Then on the sides, we can see typical Phoenician symbolism with the ornamentals of the multi-breasted Diana, as well as some religious heraldry with the hidden knight wearing a crown. It's hard to tell, but it's a stylistic version of it from the front-facing view. Those of you who have seen us break down coat of arms in the past will understand that this is not just a coincidence. Interestingly, right in front of this building, UWF is showing the underground components of downtown for everyone to see. It's honestly crazy. So if you're standing right in front of the History Museum, there's a diagram from the Historic Trust showing you how you're actually standing on a tiny section of a STARFORT, or Old Spanish Bastion. The bricks are right there to be seen underground, and they show you this right in front of the museum. The next little information station says a Spanish town, and it shows an old Jesuit Spanish coin, and in the description it says, though several Spanish European nations controlled Pensacola in its 460-year history, Spain reigned the longest. Spain made Pensacola the capital city of West Florida, turning the small, rural town into a thriving municipal center. 200 years ago, the largest collection of buildings in this area housed the Spanish governmental offices. Oh, really? So where are those buildings at? You would think that there would be some remaining. Quote, a key aspect of managing a territory is understanding who lives within that area. In 1820, Spanish governor of West Florida, Jose Cajava, ordered a consensus. By the way, Cajava means one who is silenced in Castellano. But yeah, the census takers visited each household to determine the number of people living there, their ethnicity, and the location of each family. This direct visitation method was very difficult. Sure, not today. People will do anything if they're paid, so I don't buy that at all. But okay, the census taker then wrote that he could not visit all the homes because of heavy rains caused the roads to be impassable. Okay, now it just sounds like you're making up excuses. So, they get all this data supposedly, and then this info was sent to Spain. But of course, the original 1820 census had been conveniently lost. 2 copies survive, one in Seville, Spain, and one in Havana. Okay, so let's see if we can find out how many buildings were here back then. Look at this. Finding 1821. In big red text, quote, "All the houses look in ruins, old as time. Many squares of the town appear grown over. All look neglected. The weather is oppressively warm to me and raining every day. Sometimes the streets are 2 feet deep in water." End quote. And that is in 1821 by Rachel Jackson. But think about that. There's ruins? That means that they were most likely brick, and on top of that, they were experiencing flooding? So why would they want to build basements then when so much destruction has happened here? It even says that the Pensacola streets you walk on today are the same ones used in 1821. The layout is based on the early British and Spanish grid systems, but there are bricks under the streets, and on top of that is sand, mud, shells, and dirt. So how could this be the same streets that the British walked on in 1821? Then what was Fort George or the Fort of Pensacola built on? So you have this officer's room and kitchen that was inside of the western gate of the Fort of Pensacola. That's right, the Fort of Pensacola that goes back to 1775. And it says that UWF archaeologists uncovered the building's brick foundation, but they just want to clarify that the upper part was made of wood. And I'm sure that it was in some cases, but I'm not buying this whole story. This looks like the remains of something else. Okay, so let's just go ahead and walk right into the museum and see what they're teaching here. The first thing that you notice is this huge 1885 map of Pensacola. We talked about this earlier, and it really shows some pretty interesting things, like some huge factories and mills that are no longer there. You can see the bayou, the bay, and it's thriving now, so you would think that we'd have many of these maps, so I'm not sure what to think about it. But even then, it's quite impressive that this was the size of Pensacola in 1885, because there were barely any people here. So why is it so massive right now? There should be less than 10,000 people. What was daily life like in Pensacola? Well, all the street names are based on the figures who were helping out, like royalty and these wealthy capitalists. And the thing about Pensacola is that it's the city of 5 flags because you have all these different teams that came in to try to conquer the land. Yeah, guys, these are all the same people. 3 of the flags all have the same color and are all variations of the Knights of Malta flag. Fleur-de-lis is really the Huguenots who came in, and Spain are the early royal bloodlines who came in based on ancient maps, or they were just the ones who provided the legends. But regardless, these are all the same people, and I have no reason to believe otherwise. These were just different boy clubs with all the same master, essentially fighting for status. A struggle for empire? And what do you know? In the museum, you can see the Knights of Malta symbol right here on the ship, and they actually have it multiple times throughout the entire museum. They tell us, oh, warring nations, that the French and Spanish were fighting each other, when really, they were both working for the Venetian bloodline. These coat of arms are just different families of the royal monarch. Sure, they may have been fighting, but it was simply brothers trying to get recognized by their masters for completing certain jobs, but also for being honored with reputation through the writing of history. They also show this Louisiana Purchase diagram with Napoleon putting a hand in his vest. They have multiple brother references here. Here's a painting with another ship showing the Knights of Malta symbol, and it says European Encounters. Juan Ponce de Leon steps in Florida in 1513, and then it even says that there was an undocumented earlier encounter that most likely occurred before 1513. So the Spanish mapped all of Pensacola Bay, but the first settlement just didn't thrive at all because of one big hurricane that ruined everything, and they did nothing for 100 years. That's how the story goes. And they'll even tell you that for thousands of years, the native peoples had been in Pensacola Bay far before the Europeans. But let's take a closer look. Were they just natives? Savages? Are you sure about that? What this is just a distortion of history, because they're trying to play it off as if the natives and even the settlers were just these primitive, simple people. You had the same story in Charleston with all the oysters, that they ate so many oysters that the land was made from oysters. The Europeans who came in, as we remember from earlier, the Narvaez, De Soto, they talk about these early explorers and even mention Stephen the Moor interestingly, which if you recall, he is the one who gave us the details of the city of Cibola. I don't see any mention of that here. Now here's an engraving called The Siege of Pensacola from 1781, and in it, you can see an entire fortified city along with two massive forts. They show you this in the museum, and what it is a depiction of early Pensacola, which is the first name of Pensacola. This is in 1781, which is weird because they say that the name was changed to Pensacola in the 1500s when the Spanish first arrived so that it was easier to pronounce. But now after the French or Huguenots had already occupied these lands for 100 years, the Spanish came in for like 10 to 20 years in 1780, and this is what it looks like? Why is it still called Pensacola? Why is Pensacola completely fortified? And this map is what they call an artistic representation. But a city means a city. Large building means a large building. And to me, fortified city means fortified city. So sure, the sizes may be distorted with the people, but it doesn't matter. These are not wooden forts, otherwise they would have detailed that accurately. Are we not going to ask questions on why all of this was completely destroyed? Or has it conveniently been relabeled? So this is one of the earliest depictions of Pensacola, and the label 6, you can see that it's referring to the Bahia or the Bay of Pensacola. You can also see that there is a Fuerte of Santa Rosa. That's really just Fort Pickens. And then the Fort of Santa Carlos, which is Fort Barrancas. But these should not be on the map, since first of all, they were destroyed and they were supposed to be just wooden structures. So there's definitely some controversy when it comes to the nature of these early forts. The fort in Santa Rosa has barely any information on it whatsoever, but essentially, it's the earlier version of Fort Pickens. When you look online, they just tell you that it's some wooden fortress, but as you can clearly see in this engraving, that is the exact location that Fort Pickens is located. And St. Carlos is exactly where Barrancas is now. Does that look like a simple fortification to you? Pensacola is literally surrounded by a fort. I see government buildings, castles. Is this what it's supposed to look like in 1780? They obviously were not just small bastions, or as the history museums will say, presidios or Spanish fortifications, which they describe as just wooden fences. I mean, come on, that's not going to do anything. Go look at the bastions that are in Spain. They were making these before the 1500s. This whole presidio thing is a complete joke. And also, there's a Santa Rosa fort in Venezuela, which is really impressive. So, who's to say that the Spanish weren't capable of creating these forts back then, even according to mainstream history? It's because it's propaganda. They tell you it's wood because they don't want you to know what this place looked like 300 years ago. They're even showing you that there's more forts. So, the Santa Maria de Galve fort, here's the Santa Rosa, San Miguel, and they say that it was just a fence. This is also just a modern painting and depiction. The engravings are way older, so I'm just going to use that as a reference. You have the Fort San Carlos de Austria, the British Navy Redoubt, and then you have Fort George, which is literally on Palafox Street. So, why are we to believe that Fort Pickens was built for the Civil War? They say that it was built in 1834, but the only reason people believe that is because these historians just came in there and put some cannons all nice and propped up. Fort Pickens is one of the largest forts that I've seen in the South, so try to imagine what these older forts were like. The next room shows this massive painting of a Knights of Malta ship. So that's 3 times now, and there's also one more that's modern, so it just seems weird to me that they would have this throughout the museum, and also the Freemason building, you can clearly see that there's a Knights of Malta symbol at the top. Then they're talking about how the Spanish turned into the French, And notice how these people look swarthy or mixed race, because this child is definitely dark colored. It says eventually that the Spanish turned to the French in Mobile and later New Orleans to keep them from starving. Wait, so I thought that the French and Spanish were constantly fighting each other. And there's more information on how the fort was built under Austrian military engineer James Frank. To me, this is just cherry-picked information, and then they have these modern paintings that are there purposely showing you these Austrian 1650 bastion engravings. But let's look at how they were really designing these things back in Europe. Oh, there's a coat of arms of a lion. So, we know what we're dealing with. Look at how massive this city really is. These presidios were not made of wood, and there's no real reason to believe that that's all it was. Not to say that wood wasn't used. I'm sure there were some small forts, but there was definitely brick and stone involved as well. These Pensacola village houses are wooden houses built on brick foundations, but what are these brick foundations? They say that it's a British government house, but what was the size of these things, and how far below the ground does it go? So at one point, they show a wooden fence of a city, and then later, you see a diagram saying a view of a presidio of the Isla de Santa Rosa. And you can see large buildings. These are more than just huts, and it's also weird that these presidio people are depicted to be having dark skin. Then, you have the Treaty of Paris, where they show that, okay, let's all team up and just share these lands, but why would enemies even begin to think about a treaty? I also thought it was weird that in the STARFORT exhibit, they're showing you this old map of Florida with all these old forts that were just for protecting Pensacola's harbor, and they're displaying these pictures inside of arches of brick, which sure, these may be more recent, but I found it funny because this museum is a brick building with those same arches. Oh, and Fort McCree conveniently has these old pictures of ruins, but no visible traces exist today. There was also this big anchor that was pretty cool, but before you go up, there's actually another room on the other side with more photos that's really easy to miss. It's kind of back there, just hidden. Over here are some war timelines and some other important dates in the late 1900s. Pensacola had a snowstorm, the worst in Pensacola's history, reportedly reaching depths enough for sleighing and creating snowmans. There's even videos on YouTube showing this. It actually has snowed several times in Pensacola since the 1800s. There have been multiple fires, a fire that devastates the port of Pensacola in 1958, a fire in 1962 that caused 3.5 million ablaze. They also have a park called Admiral Mason Park. I mean, that's kind of weird. I never really mention it, but the Freemasons are only mentioned once in this entire museum, and nothing about the building or lodge on Palafox. There's an old painting of Pensacola, and I was looking at it, and you can see that there was this huge building, arched brick walls, and even ruins. So in the early 1800s, when they were building all these bastions, the excuse is that the Navy base, or NAS, which was originally near Pensacola Navy Yard, which was authorized by John Quincy Adams. It says that they had all these steamboats and that it was one of the best equipped in the country, but then the Confederate forces came in and just burned it all? Now why would they do that? Literally a year later, when Florida seceded from the Union, the Confederacy came in and occupied the Navy Yard, so why would they want to damage their own assets? Of course, the story goes, everything gets destroyed, and then the historians just say that it was rebuilt. In the 1750s, Florida was divided into East and West Florida. There's a road that connected Pensacola and St. Augustine called the Old Indian Trail. Is that a reference to older roads? So, what they say is that during the French and Indian War, these colonies were all fighting each other. But that's just what mainstream history says. So, if these lasted for almost 100 years, what's really going on? They say that the 13 colonies were working with the Indians and that they were warring with the French and the Indians, but it really makes no sense. They're all allies. The Dutch and the British are definitely friends. The religious Protestants are moving into America in droves, many of which are French, and they all share the same bloodlines, and they have intermarried families, so why would we believe that they were fighting? Well, in the South, it seems that a specific group of the French royals had merged with the natives to create a great city. Remember that old 1540 map? So, these royal-controlled Europeans who came in were trying to end the remaining outpost of an already existing huge nation empire. I'll explain that in depth towards the end, but West Florida was a mixture of Spanish Florida and French Louisiana, and when the British won the war, they made Pensacola the capital. I wonder why. We know that the Spanish had developed roads in Florida leading to St. Augustine to Tallahassee called King's Road. If there were so many Catholic missions in Florida in the 1600s, then where are all those churches? Okay, so we're going to talk about the Tivoli High House, which seems to be one of the oldest houses mentioned in Pensacola's history from 1805, and the one that's standing today is not the original, as we said. It was supposed to be the center of entertainment in Pensacola. French owners brought the style of entertainment from New Orleans for that inclusiveness, they say, that they would make a public dinner for each citizen. What was it like in Pensacola in the 1800s? According to them, it was still a frontier town after 300 years. But I have my doubts. Interestingly, they make it clear that both Spanish and French have been long-time inhabitants and that this entire area was a very ethnically diverse society. Remember, they have to say this because they don't want to make any mention to the Huguenots. They don't want you to know how many massive buildings were here during this time. So, they have to sell it as if it was a small town with just little cottages. What's in a name? Here are some of the origins behind the famous street names in Pensacola. Interestingly, Zaragoza in Spain has a massive cathedral which is dedicated to Mary, but I thought it was worth mentioning because they say that it was constructed in the 1st century AD. So this original site is over 2,000 years old, they say? That it's just been rebuilt many times, so they date it to the start of the Moorish Enlightenment period in Spain around 1200 AD in mainstream history. But is it not worthy to ask if the Spanish were building stuff like this in Pensacola? Well, what if it was all destroyed? Because supposedly, the Civil War did a massive amount of damage to Pensacola, and it had to be rebuilt. In my eyes, this whole reconstruction informant is evil and very offensive, as it insinuates that blacks had no part of government and were just slaves until 10 years after the Civil War, which, if the story they tell us is true, and they really had an entire civil war over this, then I would think it would take more than 10 years just to move on. We will see more proof of this when we get to the top floor of the museum, but this whole thing is just a stage. So, not only do you have massive Civil War damage, but you also have arson throughout the entire 19th century that was deliberately set on Pensacola's most valuable assets. This was done by the Confederacy, yet just a year later, they take over Pensacola? Doesn't seem that smart if you ask me. Then you just have the entire city being built of brick to be fireproof, right? Think about how much effort they went through to build these structures completely out of brick when they really didn't need to. I mean, we have machinery today and we rarely ever do this anymore unless it's specifically requested by a client. And even then, it's not even close to how these old world buildings were structured. Yet, these buildings weren't fireproof enough that throughout history, you see the same thing in every city. It's that Pensacola went through multiple accidental fires. Pensacola made national headlines after a December 11, 1880 fire destroyed several government buildings and 90% of the city's business district. That sounds familiar, but let's hear how it happened. It originated in a downtown shop and fanned by a brisk wind when the fire swept down Palafox Street from Romana to Government Streets. More than 100 buildings were destroyed, and this is most likely hundreds of millions of dollars lost, if not even more. Look at this photo. It was completely decimated, but of course only the chimneys survive? That's kind of weird. And you can also see that the lower sections have been broken off and are in complete rubble. There's even an article, "The busiest part of Pensacola nearly destroyed." Residents were powerless to stop it. They say that the only engine was in the repair shop, so there was just nothing that they could do. In the newspaper, they actually say that they don't know the origin, and that the calamity was out of precedent in the history of Pensacola. It essentially ruined everything. All businesses came to a halt. So what they're saying is that we were literally left with 10% of what Pensacola was. But it gets even worse. Only 25 years later, another fire comes in on Halloween night mysteriously and destroyed most of the west side of Palafox between Garden and Romana, which caused $250,000 in damage, which is millions today. They even show you this picture of a church or massive brick building in ruins, and then a picture of Pensacola. So they built this in 20 years? I thought the whole area of Palafox was destroyed, so how did they build all of this? Is this another cover-up? It's the same thing you see in every other American city, an erasing of the old world. On top of the fires, you would have horrible snowstorms, or on very rare occasions, even massive hail. I actually remember when I was younger, I experienced this. They were about the size of a golf ball. This isn't even considering all the epidemics, all the diseases, yellow fever, cholera, because remember, they didn't have waste management until 1930. Then on top of that, they were running around acting like delinquents, gambling, and participating in legal prostitution. It was completely legal into the mid-1950s. It's a pretty big deal because it gives an insight to the daily lives of these people. In fact, one of the most famous brothels in Pensacola was called Molly McCoy, known for its beautiful women and, quote, refined debauchery. Supposedly, they're supposed to be really struggling right now, but they have plenty of time for brothels. Yet, they have the capabilities to build massive boomtowns, hundreds of brick churches in a 20-year period, with no population to support it in the 1880s. Oh, and I thought this was kind of weird. They had these cast iron lion ornamental supports for the buildings. But anyways, the economy was essentially dependent on shipping products on land and sea. They had warehouses, and Palafox Business District really didn't get a chance until 1920 since it's been destroyed so many times. And so prostitution was a huge part of the economy before they built Pensacola back up, which really brings to question the capabilities of these people when it comes to constructing 10-story brick skyscrapers. Here's an old Victorian European looking train station in Pensacola from 1906. I don't think it exists anymore, but it's called the L&N Passenger Terminal from 1906. They show the San Carlos Hotel here, which is funny because they don't show the construction photos, which we'll go over later. They don't show any destruction photos. They just show this old picture of a massive building and not really any more information. But could you imagine if this existed today? This would be a huge accomplishment for Pensacola. Then, you have this old picture of the museum that we're currently standing in. Notice how they removed the old clock that was once there. But let's read this newspaper article from the Pensacola News Journal in 1908, because this seems to be the only proof that they really built this structure after the 1900s, which I don't believe at all. Do you see the wear on those bricks? This photo is showing you that this is a very old structure already that had recently gone through renovation. If you read the newspaper, it never really says they constructed it. They're being super weird about it too, with phrases like "it's ready for opening," "the new city hall is finally prepared." which really doesn't make sense because this is a great accomplishment. You'd think that they would be showing all sorts of construction photos. Then towards the end of the article, it says that the grounds in front of the buildings are now in shape. So they had to move massive amounts of dirt to get this thing ready? Oh, and we're looking at the old courthouse, and you see the typical move where they had these ornamental dates, which is an actual different material than the original building. But what it says is AD 1883 with a big space between the 18 and 83. So it's almost as if they're joking around as saying, yeah, we want to be able to swap out the dates depending on the narrative that we're selling. The Blount buildings. I already said that I don't believe the construction photos, and why should I? But they supposedly built multiple of these Blount buildings and right by the Masonic Lodge. If you don't know, they had compositing techniques since the dawn of photography. In other words, Photoshop. And if they're going around burning entire cities after the Civil War, then why would I believe a word of what these UWF historians say? All they know how to do is rote memorization. Critical thinking died in the colleges a long time ago. Then, here is the First National Bank, one of the oldest pictures, and you can clearly see that there's a building to the right of it. But remember, I showed you a doctored photo where they tried to show off this building as if it was built standing alone, which is a slip-up on their part. Then, you have the City Hall. This is a little diagram showing all these incredible old world buildings, and notice how there's no one on the streets. And I've seen all your comments. I do not buy the it took minutes to hours for these long exposures, and so that's the reason we don't see anybody in the streets. That's just a lie that they tell us. They had the ability to take low exposure times. Not only that, they had HD daguerreotypes in the 1840s where they would take portraits of Freemasons during the Civil War. These were extremely high quality and would be impossible with long exposure times. It's just something that boomers were told for their whole lives, that these people were strapped to chairs for 6 hours. It's just nonsense. There's definitely some type of cover-up happening when it comes to these early photographs of old world architecture. So the San Carlos Hotel is being built in 1908. It takes 3 years, yet why is all of Pensacola in these early photos looking like a ghost town? Look at the county jail, which looks like no other jail that we see in this area. So they build this National First Bank, which we're going to show you this place in person in a second, but they say that they built this in 1908, and then just 6 years later, the bank crashed because of the war in Europe. Then there was the influenza epidemic, then unemployment. I mean, can Pensacolans get a break for a moment and just build on their ancient ancestry? Or is this just another common theme that we see in every story of old world American cities? We aren't even mentioning the hurricanes that not only supposedly ruined the first Spanish settlement, but also striking Pensacola countless times over the centuries. In 1926, a hurricane came through and caused massive destruction. Look at the damage on the streets. And also flooding like crazy occurred in Palafox Street. So why would they be spending time building large basements? So in the museum, they have an old picture of the City Hall from an aerial view, and you can see this building in the distance that they don't really talk about in the museum, but it looks like a massive tower. This really puts the size in perspective because later I found more info on this in the library. It wasn't easy to find, but supposedly, this is an old lumber mill constructed in 1899 equipped with an elevator. It doesn't really seem to have an official name, but I find it strange that it already looks extremely old in this 1908 photograph. It looks far older than a decade, and it even resembles many medieval skyscrapers. Shout out to Paul Cook because he was talking about this recently, but in Europe, they had these skyscrapers made of brick or tower blocks or tower houses. These were built supposedly in mainstream history by the Royal Islamic Moors of Spain, and then they, after the Granada Wars, left for France undercover as the Huguenots. Some of these towers truly do resemble some of these mills in Pensacola, such as the city of Cuenca, Spain, the Tower of Mendoza, the Santillana Tower House, Mogrovejo, the Basque Tower House of Marquina, the Tower House Aransbia, and it goes on and on. But basically, these are old medieval castle towers that were converted to homes in Spain. So, it's essentially proof of old architecture being reconverted. Okay, so that was the first floor of the museum. I'll start to speed it up because the first floor was kind of the most important, but there are some other things that we gotta talk about. So notice on the elevator that you need a key to get to the basement. Common theme in old world buildings. But oh yeah, before we get on the elevator, there's this informant saying historical preservation. Why we do it? Oh, it's because you don't want future generations to forget about history? It's honestly sickening being around so many lies. You know what this whole building is? It's kind of like some PR team came in from the university and was like, how can we tell this history in an exciting and modern way? And they're not even thinking, they're just going into the history books, memorizing what their ancestors were told, and even they were just orphans in a boy club. I'll explain that later, but it just makes me sick to go to these museums. I mean, they literally have sections here talking about the people who lived in Pensacola in the early 1800s. So, you mean you're just gonna give me a silhouette for the black people? Oh, I mean, part of people, right? They don't get a photograph or painting, but all these other historical figures do. And I haven't seen one mention of Huguenot yet. But these natives were just savages. Oh, these Presidio people had small towns, right? Well, just wait till we get to the top floor. You will see what I mean clearly when it comes to this PR stuff. I mean, make an actual history museum that dives into the past without all this propaganda. You'd think that such woke historians striving for diversity in their museums would pick up a history book and learn about Royal Moorish history, secret brotherhoods affecting world events such as the Knights of Malta and Rosicrucians, not to mention massive architectural feats of medieval Europe such as STARFORTs, or even the concept of past suppressed civilizations. No, these educated historians at UWF are not concerned with curiosity. They have the picture of history all figured out. We aren't saying that we do, but these museums are here to answer all your questions of history and program you. They aren't designed to assist you in your journey of asking questions on the mysteries of history. We continue to the second floor. You see an old photograph, the first Presbyterian church, which looks extremely Victorian. They had a painting on the wall, the Fort of Pensacola, and behind this was a balcony where they were like, oh, this is exactly what the Spanish were looking at, or something like that. There was this also pretty cool fashion room, and have you guys ever thought that it's kind of weird that everyone back then wore the same thing? It's almost as if they were uniforms, like to the point where it's really weird. You're watching these old documentaries on Pensacola, and they're going to the beaches in full professional wear and top hats. I don't know if you've ever been to Pensacola, but it's very hot and musty. The air is like heavy. So why are these people walking around in suits? It's not just Pensacola. This is every city. They're doing this in the 1900s as if it was dress code. They also had some early maps, which I found interesting because it had a compass on it, which foreshadows the next room that we're about to walk into. I think I forgot to mention, but on the bottom floor, with all the important dates, there was a room talking about how Pensacola was a big part of the space program. And when I first came to this level, I knew that there was something weird about this whole Trader John room, and that it seemed to have something to do with Freemasonry, but I just couldn't put my finger on it. But I think it makes sense now. So you come to the second floor, and there's this little secondary museum, which is called Trader John, which the first thing that I kind of thought was Trader Joe, right? So a trader, someone who makes deals, partnerships, partners, brothers. So of course, the first detail that you're going to notice is the checkered floors, which is a clear choice and indication of this being some type of club or symbolism. What it is a naval and aircraft museum, but it's not really showing that many artifacts. What it's really showing is all these different emblems and clubs, kind of like Boy Scouts or something. Like they're showing all the different departments of this operation, all the celebrities that have come here, all the people in Pensacola that worked with NASA. And some of these emblems are very occult, showing dragons, a black phoenix, royal heraldry, skull and bones, and it just got to the point where it started feeling weird, as if they were just showing off their club to everyone. The next room is the photographic room, showing you clearly that they had the technology to take photos, yet the surviving record of photographs are very few. They show you how they took negatives, and this is the method, since the dawn of photography, that would allow for darkroom techniques in which you could combine multiple negatives to create a photograph. There are even earlier cameras, of course, but they want you to think that in the 1900s, cameras were like these huge boxes. Some were, but that's just a projector. They had rifle cameras in 1850 that shot 12 frames per second, so I don't buy the story whatsoever. Then they show these cool old postal mailboxes that were designed for each person, showing that they were most likely controlling the messages being received and sent. Public transportation was all set up in the 1900s. Here's the trolley station. Here's the last room on this floor, and a lot of weird things in here that are just random. But the first story is about a petrified cat. Now this is just a model, but if you look over here, it looks on the counter that this is the real deal, and it looks as if it was completely petrified. So hold up. The story goes that this cat was just caught in a wall during some construction in 1830, and that after this building was being demolished in 1946, they found this cat, which they say it's just dehydrated, but the story is called the petrified cat, and it does look like that. They say that this was built in 1830, yet how do we know if they don't show us any proof or anything? So this could be a very old building for all we know, and possibly this is an ancient cat. They also randomly had the American giant Robert Wadlow here, which is very telling, and on top of that, they used to have a shrunken head in this exhibit. We only found that out because of a newspaper article. As I was reading this newspaper, I had a feeling that these museums used to be way more interesting, but nowadays, it's so boring that nobody even cares. Then there's this little info section that says, though it may be strange, you're currently inside our largest artifact. So, at some point in time, the people at the top of the club had to have known what this building is. But the historians at UWF, no, they're completely clueless. They only believed this stuff because the Masons were in charge of the news media, and so they look back through the archives, and that's where they get their information. Let's take a look at this photograph to the left of it, and keep in mind, there's not one construction photo, or even date, to when this history museum was constructed. They use these weird descriptions, as in 1907 this used to be a city hall, but when was it built? And this photograph to the left, showing the city hall and the lumber tower house in the background, well, now we can see more of the original picture. And would you look at that, here is the city hall where we are right now, and to the left of the modern day museum, okay, right where Ferdinand Plaza is, you'll see to the left an exact replica of the building, or should I say a slight variation. But you can see there was another building of a very similar style. What's that building? Where is it? And what happened? The museum is silent and has nothing to say on it. The library also has nothing to say on it, and I'll talk more about that later. But they either really don't know, or someone at the top 100 years ago erased all this information or kept it secret. So as you can see here, there's a little illustration of this building. There's nothing here. It was completely removed for no reason, as there's still no structure to be seen here. So why did they demolish it? Oh, let me guess. Damage from fire or hurricane, yet it was built to be completely fireproof, but the City Hall building is perfectly fine. Okay, guess we're just gonna accept whatever they tell us. I thought this was strange. They had this random plaque with no explanation of the Philippines, but it looked Moorish with the palm tree symbolism with the swords, and it says the weapons of Moroland. Not sure what it's referencing though. Okay, now we go to the top floor, which today is the political woke room. So, basically, this is the room where they program you to think that black people never had any control of government. Even after the Civil War, there were still all these issues and all this stuff, and I'm not denying it. I'm just saying it's smoke and mirrors. Why is there no reference to Sephardic Jews? Why were there black Freemasons back then? I was actually kind of surprised because this is the only reference to Freemasons, right? And they actually put this up. It's a photo from 1887. So this is way before the Civil Rights era, right? Way before Jim Crow. And yet you're telling me this Frank Elijah is a Freemason in Pensacola? He looks to be like a master mason. And on top of that, his brother was called Zebulon. I mean, those are Sephardic Jews. And they even printed out this paper. Let me read this. Fraternal organizations like Freemasons were a place for black Americans to socialize. Masonry laws prohibited discussions of religions or politics. Membership into elite societies helped black politicians make crucial connections. You hear that? Elite societies. Why is there a Freemason and Oddfellow Lodge in every city? And how did blacks become Freemasons if these are elite clubs and they were subhumans or slaves? On top of that, they're telling you that Masons were the ones influencing the government and politics behind the scenes. So, what do you mean Masonry laws? Why don't you guys explain who Albert Pike is? Let me respond to one of the many comments on this, which is these people who say, oh, my grandpa was a Mason or Oddfellow, or I've been to a Freemason meeting and it's not that big of a deal. Well, because what we're talking about is 100 years ago, they got caught having orgies together and performing occult rituals, and so they had to cover it up. But now in the modern day, it's actually just a boys' club, but it didn't start that way and actually has ancient origins, which we should all open our eyes to the fact that this information in this room is most likely propaganda. They even have the audacity to mention Prince Hall, which is the oldest black Freemason hall in America. That's before the founding of America, yet they really expect us to believe that they had no say in government. Quote, Frederick Douglass acknowledged the power of Freemasonry. See? Quote, if we put forth a call for a national convention for asserting our rights, we shall bring together about 50, but if we call a grand celebration of odd fellowship or Freemasonry, we shall assemble from 4 to 5,000, end quote. This just exposes the most famous abolitionist as a Freemason and showing you that odd fellowship and Freemasonry are the exact same thing. An old elite boys club that brought in orphans into newly renovated cities. We have an entire video on Oddfellows, but I'll explain more on that towards the end. Here is a painting of Zebulon Elijah and a letter to the Secretary of State in 1870. So, Freemasons had complete connections with the Florida government in 1870, 100 years before Jim Crow got in. But these stories have to start off that they were enslaved, right? When they're giving you their background stories. All these black government officials before the 1900s are always labeled as starting off as slaves. But truth of the matter is that after the Civil War, they combined the meaning of indentured servant and slave, so they're not the same exact thing. Most of these figures were never slaves, but just had extensive work contracts that were essentially a mixture of a loan and an internship back in the day. But we don't understand that anymore, so all these woke historians just label it all as slavery. He owned multiple businesses, buildings, and he won the election of Florida House of Representatives back in 1871. John Elias Proctor, and what's up with these SSR North Korean looking paintings? It's just a weird choice. Born in 1884, of course, it's gonna start with he experienced the harsh reality of slavery. Story goes that his grandfather was a slave and that he gained freedom from the British because he was a translator with the Native American traders. So let's really think about that for a moment. If you're an empire like the English and you have a slave, this John Elias Proctor, who clearly looks black, they're talking about him in the Black Voices room. And so you have this black slave that must be illiterate because he's a slave. You never taught him education. So why would the British need this illiterate slave from Jamaica who should supposedly only know English at this time? Why is he communicating or translating with the natives? It can't be that the slave was well educated on these matters. It must have been that he already knew the language of the natives because he was a native. We continue. The story goes he settles in the Tallahassee area, started a family, so his children were just born free around the Civil War era. His son George tries to marry an enslaved woman by buying her freedom back. He puts down $450 and then promises $850. So what is a promise? It means he took out a loan, but they're not going to say all of that. For a brief time, they lived as free people of color, but he couldn't repay his debt, so they made him a slave again. So then the Civil War happened. Emancipation. Now, all of a sudden after this George guy who was a slave had another child, this John Proctor, all of a sudden he's elected to the Florida House of Representatives? That escalated quickly. How did the son of a slave rise up the ranks in just one generation? Here's an old picture with all the brothers together, hands in coat. Do they look like they're up to anything suspicious to you? And funnily enough, they say that they don't even know if this picture is him because of how horrible the photographic record is. Now, this is 1875, but they're still debating on who these people in the photographs are. They really don't seem to have a clue on what's going on. Just a little art stage where they conveniently decide the facts that they want. John Sunday was a swarthy looking individual who helped build some of the oldest neighborhoods in Pensacola. Yet, they want you to believe that they were forced out during Jim Crow laws, but they were a part of the Freemasons, and many of the early Pensacola village houses were most likely owned by the Sephardic Jews, even though most of it's been destroyed. Sunday was one of the wealthiest African Americans in Florida in 1907 and had more than $3 million, probably more like $10 million in assets if they're being modest, and he was also a political leader as well. Then we have Jonathan Gibbs. He's from Philly, went to Princeton, and used his education to become a Presbyterian minister. Or in other words, this guy is a Sephardic Jew with Huguenot ancestry. He was there to rewrite the Constitution of the state and is responsible for starting the Normal College for Colored Students, or Florida A&M University. Then it gets all propaganda on you with the voting and the KKK, and they just start programming you with this whole modern narrative that I'm not really going to comment on, but I'm just going to focus on the history portion so that you can come to your own conclusions. They also had this newspaper right in the Seated in the Past section, which seems to be a clear lie. Pensacola constructed this building in 1907 as City Hall. What do you mean constructed? Because I'm reading the article and it doesn't say constructed. The date is 1908. So they built this in 1 year? Where's the evidence for that? And there's no construction photos. So why would we believe this? They just want you to know that this building is woke since its founding. That's the only reason they put this here. The building has always supported liberty, but the truth is that it may have had a sordid past. Oh, you mean like being right by the prison where they did public executions on a daily basis? Or what about the underground torture chambers? You mean the fact that everything about this place is a lie, and the people teaching it are asleep and have no capability to truly be curious on the events of history? They just memorize the documents given to them by these Freemason Oddfellow clubs, who were the ones who literally built and funded the schools in mainstream history. They were philanthropists. That was their thing, building free schools for the orphans. It is pretty dark and sordid when you think about it. I mean, we saw that map with this building in 1885, and here in the newspaper, this must be some sort of update, not a construction. So, when was this building built? How was it built? And why is there no mention of the building right to the left of it? Maybe because it's all a show. So, why would I believe anything they have to say about Jim Crow? They even have this painting called Heroes of the Colored Race, and I'm like, this is just weird. Like, why aren't people coming in here asking questions? I mean, what about the Moorish Empire of Spain? Al-Andalus, the Royals of Africa, the Huguenots, the Sephardic Jews. What happened to them? They just want you to think that they were slaves, and then somehow or another, a few got lucky to make it into a position of power and wealth. Weirdly, they had this whole thing on the KKK and the Pyramid of Civilization. That was the page they were on. And then they had this whole they couldn't vote stuff and that there was only a small percentage in office. But that doesn't really matter. They could have been the richest elite in the land. Who cares how many were in office? All that matters is that they were connected with the Freemasons, so there's no reason to suggest that they had no power over government. Well, I don't really buy it. And we have other videos on this, but that was the political Black Voices room. And then, as you're leaving, they kind of have this little chute door, and this looked a little strange. But we make our way back, and I'm trying to see if there are any other exhibits. Come to find out that the stairs go down below street level. I mean, a good 10 feet. It could go down even further. For all we know, this is clearly a brick building with a huge basement below the ground. You can see this from the back as well with the stairs. So, it makes sense why the entrance is above the ground, because the first level is actually on the ground level, and the modern day streets are not the same as they used to be, as we'll soon discover. But yep, that was the T.T. Wentworth Jr. Museum. What's your vote? Is it worthy of your consideration? I'd say so, but I don't trust this guy. So, out in the back of the museum, they even have more bricks underground, but again, they got a story all set up, of course. Archaeology. So they tell you straight up that digging up the past can reveal clues that are not in historical documents. I completely agree there. But it's the way you label these finds that are based on these scarce remains of historical documents that become the contradiction. So, right here, they're showing you in the back, old Pensacola underground. They're just not going to show it all or explain it because they have their own narrative given to them by their masters. You guys don't think it's weird that the first level is just basement windows? Forget about the problems with flooding and just basements. Why would you make it even more difficult by adding windows, right? It's supposed to be the city hall, and on top of that, they're going to make it prone to flooding? Here's a more detailed description of the Fort of Pensacola in 1778, showing that the entire downtown area is based on an older bastion. This doesn't look like wood to me. And then yeah, the door to the basement. Here's some of the streets behind the city hall, and this is the same area in that picture that we were looking at with the tower house looking structure. You can see that it looks vastly different. Buildings are missing. There's definitely been some renovation downtown, but some of these buildings are in still pretty bad shape. You would think that if they could create boomtowns so quickly, we would see progression, but these just look like leftovers to me. This is where that large tower was supposed to be, but it's no longer there. This is the Museum of Commerce and the Train Museum, which are basically just old warehouses that they constructed to show you what it was like back in the day, or the street scene of Pensacola during the 1880s and early 1900s. It features a toy store, a music shop, and many gadgets during this supposed time. Kinda cool, but too propped up and staged. Oh, and here's the little theater right in front of this art museum. I used to go here on field trips all the time, but there are some scary stories in this area, and it's just interesting to look at this building after seeing all the old photographs. And what do you know? There's even lions. We'll come back to the Pensacola village, But let's start with Palafox. So in the museum, I didn't see any references to Freemasons or the Freemason building, and I tried to find more information about it, but everyone in Pensacola knows about the Freemason building right at the opening of downtown. It's also right on top of the main music venue in Pensacola. Here's how I found out more about it. It was from John Appleyard, and we'll talk more about him later too. An article called, quote, "One of downtown Pensacola's most iconic structures stands on the southeast corner of Palafox and Garden Streets." I'm not going to read the entire article, but it's a good read and I'm just going to cover the important bits. But he talks about how Masonry has been in America since long before its founding. And then he continues to talk about how the lodges from South Carolina, or Charleston, came down to Pensacola in the early 1790s as evidenced by the Masonic honors presented at the funeral of Alexander McGillivray. Interestingly, McGillivray had been chief of the Creek Nation for some years. This implies that he most likely was an aboriginal or native of these lands. He even further expands on this because the Catholic clergy would not permit him to be buried in the community cemetery because of his ties with the Native Americans. So, the first charters, Appleyard claims, of Masons coming into Pensacola came from South Carolina in 1807, but he doesn't really list any lodges. It's not until 1870 that new homes were leased or erected. Interesting wording. Then in 1896, at the corner of Palafox and Garden Street, this house was, quote, and listen carefully, purchased for $4,000. Now Appleyard may think it's just the lot that was purchased, but I beg to differ. Sure, the name of the buyers were called the Turner Construction Company, but there's no proof that they built this structure, maybe just renovated it. Many of the older photos too seem to have these very distorted vanilla skies. Appleyard continues to say that they planned for the bottom floor to serve as the lodge's financial needs. I wonder if they would have thought what goes on at Vinyl now with these weird shows that they play. But Appleyard still seems to be under this illusion that this was planned or something. He may know what's going on and has to hint towards things because he never says specifically that it was constructed, or how long did it take to build, how many workers. These are the kind of details that we need to hear about. So they built this Mason Lodge, and initially it was just the Avery Hardware Company that was there, and then they changed it to some clothing stores, to a variety of firms, and then it was sold to James Richardson, whose firm took over the remodeling of the Masonic Lodge building. This lodge was home to regular meetings and assemblies of Pensacola's best and most famous men. Many of the members participated in other lodges as well, such as the Scottish Rite and York Rite. Interestingly, he tells you that there were other buildings in this area lost to time, fire, and repurposing. Now today, it's not really used as a lodge and it's in pretty bad condition. I mean, you can still see it from the windows. Interestingly, none of the museums talk about this building. We don't really know who the most high-ranking Pensacola Masons were, although I have my guesses. And then, there's also no explanation on why there's a huge Knights of Malta symbol right by the G on the building, showing you their ancient connections to royal bloodlines, and this makes me think that all those paintings with the symbol on the ships in the museums were no mere accident. I don't think the historians know this, but I'm sure there are still some Masons that reside over certain things that are presented in terms of history. We headed over to the cemetery to take a look at some early graves, and interestingly, there are early Jesuit symbols, Freemason handshakes and G's, and also just these huge graves that were built for Sullivan, who was a famous lumberman, one of the richest in Pensacola. But as we were walking around, interestingly, it was a light rain sprinkling, and when we arrived to the graveyard, there was no one there, but we're walking around respectfully, and it starts to rain even more aggressively, so we didn't really stay for that long. But there's some strange stories about this place. When the building next to the cemetery was the Pensacola police station, officers frequently told of seeing a shadowy white figure moving through the cemetery. it was eventually discovered that somehow a pure white fox had been sneaking onto the graveyard at night, but of course, this was just the explanation of the skeptic. On another incident, there were several reports of an eerie green light shining in the cemetery. The light turned out to be the reflection, supposedly, of the former San Carlos Hotel neon sign shining on the headstones. Thought it was interesting that the San Carlos Hotel was used as an explanation for these ghostly apparitions. There are several other stories, including one involving a woman being chased by a flesh-stripping skeleton when she made a nighttime visit to her grandmother's grave. Others have seen lights circling gravestones and voices heard at night. There was also some very old-looking crosses here, along with these vases or aether collectors that you see on these old buildings as well. After the cemetery, we were leaving, and out of nowhere, it stopped raining all of a sudden, and this beautiful rainbow came out right over the bay, and I got this perfect drone shot. So, this is the Pensacola Bay, and that's the new 3-mile bridge. I just wanted to show you this so that when I explain what I'm about to explain, you'll have a reference for what we're discussing in terms of size. Just think about it. Pensacola is the first settlement. There has to be more than just buildings from the 1900s and a few churches from 1880s. Where are all the French and Spanish remains? Just these cottage houses in Pensacola Village? Well, remember, I'm doubtful of the entire Palafox downtown area, and for several reasons. For one, there's always a great fire, and the fact that it happened on Halloween night and other cases in the past is very telling, especially if we compare with other cities. The sheer lack of documentation from 1600 to the 1800 period of Pensacola is extremely suspicious. Only a few houses remain, yet in Charleston's early settlement period, we still see buildings from 1666. What happened to the buildings of the Spanish in Pensacola? What if we were to question the dating on the buildings and churches of early Pensacola, such as the buildings on downtown Palafox? What's the proof? 1. Many cataclysms have occurred conveniently to wipe history. 2. Barely any photographs exist of any constructions of these buildings, and the ones that do only show it in its final stages or early stages, with the possibilities of early darkroom techniques being used to manipulate the image, or they're entirely different buildings. 3. The buildings all have basements. The modern street level is not flat in many cases, and these buildings look like they've sunk into the ground. Why do the buildings downtown have first floors or basements that are 10 feet underground? Why build an arched door in a basement? Finally, the main reason that I do not believe a word that any of these historians say is because there have been legends from native Pensacolians of underground tunnels for hundreds of years. There's evidence to show that there are indeed underground tunnels in Pensacola, but this is just the tip of the iceberg. To be honest, when we really first started researching for this video, we weren't really sure if Pensacola had tunnels or not. All we know is that it's the same story in every city. They're called the Prohibition tunnels. But something very interesting happened with Pensacola that I didn't expect, that kind of debunks the entire story of these Prohibition tunnels and other old world cities. For those of you who may be new, you may be like, this is interesting and all, but why would they lie to us about everything? What's the incentive, right, for these Freemasons? Well, the truth is we're not even approaching it like that. We're just talking about history here, not conspiracy theories. But what if they didn't lie? It was just something that the orphans were taught as children. Then they select the chosen orphans that would then become Freemasons that then taught their children the history. So it wasn't necessarily a lie, it was just what they were programmed from birth. Now, I do think there were some top elite officials that were aware of this information, but the majority, this was all they ever knew. The information was lost because these orphans were imported en masse into empty cities. That was the duty of the Oddfellows. Their motto was to educate the orphan, and they were just another occult brotherhood practicing royal bloodline Rosicrucian symbolism, which is out of the scope of this video. After the Freemason building, we're walking around Palafox, and you can see that it's like many other old world downtowns. We started our research by just walking around and asking the locals if they knew anything about the underground tunnels. I had already looked online and could find no real modern references to these Pensacola underground tunnels. What does come up are Reddit pages where people are discussing the legend of underground tunnels. They say this because people have just been talking about this forever, and not only that, the story goes that people used to be able to ride bikes in these tunnels, they would skateboard here, and that they were basically large enough to fit multiple cars in some instances. So I'm looking through the replies for clues, and I noticed that you have these skeptics that can't even fathom the idea to the point that they have to explain it as just some old person legend that there's never been any evidence. No one has proof that these tunnels exist, and if it was possible, it would be one of the most recognized feats of civil engineering and would be internationally recognized. That's what one of the comments said, and I found it interesting because I agree, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. There is proof, you just have to know how to look for it. You go downtown, treat it like a video game. The mission is to find clues leading to more information on the hidden underground tunnels. In the process, you're going to encounter multiple NPCs, which is funny because we'd walk up to people and they would just stare at us like we were crazy with their mouth open and not say anything. If you go into the bars or any old building, even people on the streets, and just ask them, just make sure you're polite, but a lot of people really don't mind talking. But none of the people that I talked to at the bars on Palafox had ever even heard of underground tunnels in their entire life. One guy thought I was even talking about drugs, and I was like, no, literal underground tunnels. We were looking for people who may be curious in history, and then I saw this one guy who looked quite knowledgeable, and I asked him. He said he'd never heard about that and that he had lived in Pensacola his whole life. He was twice my age. So it seemed that nobody in downtown Palafox really knew anything about these tunnels. There's another common theme in cities, but most of the times, if you just look for an open grate, these old cities have a lot of them, and people don't really think about it, but look at this. The First National Bank, okay, it looks like this. Well, if you go to the front, on the left is an entrance, right? And there was a grate where I was looking for Moon's earring, and you can clearly see bricked arches under this building. And no, that's not a basement. That's not a crawl space. That's a brick arch underground, right here in the public for everyone to see. I'm looking for her earring and sitting here looking at this thing, and you remember in the Charleston video where I was saying there was a draft coming from under the building and it wasn't AC? No, it just felt like a draft because there was a huge space that was under this building. So if that's an arch, then it's either a tunnel or a window. If it's a window, why do they have windows in the basement? There are other places where you can see this too, but a lot of downtown has been renovated, so many of the grates have been covered up. I still wanted to find someone that had heard or knew some type of information on these tunnels. So we're walking around Pensacola Village and we stumble upon the Pensacola Bay Brewery. So we were like, okay, let's just go in, see if we can talk to somebody, and we decided to ask the lady at the bar. At first, she had heard about it, but then she was like, oh no, I think that's New Orleans. And then as she was thinking, this guy comes into the bar and she looks over and she's like, hey, Fred, and points to this guy, and she's like, hey, are there tunnels in Pensacola? And finally, we found our guy. So this guy was a third generation Pensacolian, and his grandfather was the mayor of Pensacola. How about that for a coincidence? So we start asking this guy about the tunnels, and he's like, oh yeah, there's tunnels in Pensacola. They're everywhere. They're in downtown. They go under the bay. That's what he literally said. He said they go under the bay. And all the way to Fort Pickens, to Fort Barrancas, McCree to NAS, everything is connected via underground tunnels created by the Spanish. I'm like, wait, hold up, the Bay? This guy's being dead serious. He wasn't drunk, he seemed very smart, healthy, tall. He actually knew what he was talking about when it came to Pensacola's history. He told us that they were under the Christ Church right outside, which we'll talk about in a sec, and then he also said they were all under Palafox, and that people have known about this since his grandfather's time. They would actually go in them. So I'm asking him, how can we see one? Are there any remaining? Have you seen one? And he's like, you can't see them. They're all blocked off. And after Hurricane Ivan, a lot of them were destroyed. But he said that he'd known about the tunnels since he was a little boy. People would run in these tunnels and that they were very well known. But something happened, and now no one seems to know anything about them. The museums don't want to talk about it. None of the business owners who own these old world buildings have a clue what they are, and what we're left with is just one big mystery. What this means is, a tunnel that goes from downtown Palafox to Fort Pickens, or let's just say under the bay, for at least 7 miles. I mean, the civil engineering and technology required can't even be done today. This is the main argument of the skeptics, as we shall see. So we thank this guy for the information, but I was trying to see his thoughts on why does he think that there's no one talking about it, but he really didn't have much to say. He just said that it was strange that no one seems to know. But one of the things he left us with is someone he believed who did know the answer. He's the one who told us about John Appleyard, who was Pensacola's most famous historian. He said if anyone knew, it was him. But recently, he passed away, and all that were left were his books. So we go outside to walk around the old Christ Church a bit, which, interestingly, is the oldest church in Pensacola, but it's not the original site, so it's the same story where they rebuilt it. They say that there's tunnels under here. I'll mention a scary story regarding this place as well. The story of the rectors of Old Christ Church. 3 of the former rectors of the old church were buried beneath the floor of the church in the early 1800s. So, we know that it does have some type of underground component. Later, there were rumors that these graves had been disturbed because people were searching for valuables. I found that very interesting, not the ghost part, but that there are stories of rare jewels and lost treasures in Pensacola. Take note of that for later. We do know for a fact that Fort Pickens and Fort Barrancas have underground tunnels. But are there Pensacola tunnels? Are there any references to these tunnels anywhere in the history books? So we go to the downtown library, look through all the historical books of Pensacola, and we also found many of Appleyard's books as well. But we searched and searched for underground tunnels, nothing at all. Even when you search on the computer of the entire catalog, nothing came up in all of West Florida. Nothing on the Library of Huguenots either. But if you type in Pensacola tunnels, I saw that there's a book on legends that came up and it piqued my interest. The only thing is that it was at the PSC library, so I had to wait another day until I could go there. I didn't even really know if it had anything to do with Pensacola tunnels. It was just the only thing that came up when I searched for those terms. So the next day, we walk into the PSC library. I go straight to the librarian and I tell her the book that we're looking for. And I kid you not, she was literally reading the book at the front desk. I swear. She was like, "Oh, you mean this one? I was just reading it." And I'm like, what the? So she gives it to me and tells me that it's one of her favorite books. This is the book we were looking for. There's no other book that we could find that has any references to underground tunnels. On page 36, it says, quote, "Down under in Pensacola are the tale of the tunnels." If all the tunnels that are reported to have been built in the Pensacola area existed, the area would look like a giant rabbit warren. If you don't know what that is, this is what it looks like. People have reported tunnels from Fort Pickens to Fort Barrancas, from Pensacola to the Naval Air Station, from Fort George to Seville Square, and even from Christ Church to the Barclays House. Probably the best way to diffuse these legends is to match the legend with fact. Can you imagine an engineer in the 1800s having the ability to build an underwater tunnel through the sand in our area? Yeah, you don't say. There's a legend that a tunnel built before the Civil War went from North Hill to Warrington and the Naval Yard. A mule trolley is supposed to have run through the tunnel, yet the facts show no evidence of a tunnel. There was, however, a trolley line that ran from Main Street along Barrancas Avenue to the Naval Yard. According to other legends, Fort Pickens, Barrancas, the British Redoubt, and McCree are all supposed to have been connected by tunnels, and all of these are supposed to have been connected to the old Phantom Mansion on the bay. There are tunnels and passageways at Fort Barrancas and at the Redoubt. There is not an underwater tunnel from Fort Barrancas to Fort Pickens or Fort McCree. Now I'm gonna stop there. The only reason he thinks this is because the scuba divers didn't find anything other than arches from ruins of McCree. But I've read the stories in the book. Overall, the author in this book thinks that all these legends are just utterly ridiculous. That's what it is. It's just a skeptic's attempt to explain it all. He continues to talk about the legends of the tunnels under Seville Square, but he makes it clear that he's not willing to believe these legends until there's actual proof. Okay, yet you never provided any proof that they don't exist. Just because UWF scuba divers didn't find anything doesn't really mean anything, because these historians just relabel everything that they find anyways, so who's to say those arches aren't the remains of some of these tunnels that have been destroyed? So essentially, the one reference in the entire West Florida library system to underground tunnels in Pensacola as a skeptic who's willing to entertain ghost stories and all this stuff, not really, he just explains them off as just being ridiculous. But when we get to the legends of the underground tunnels in Pensacola, now it all becomes about proofs and facts. Yet, isn't this just supposed to be about the oral tradition and legends of Pensacola? The funny thing is that he even shows a picture of the tunnel and admits that the Marine Hospital built a tunnel for the patients? Take note of that for later, because it will become relevant. He shows his bias towards the end and claims that these legends are ridiculous, but how does he know? Just because UWF took a little peek and that's enough? There are a couple more stories that I wanted to talk about, but let's just remember I'm going to reference this as the little pamphlet of legends of Pensacola. One was the skunk ape, and there's this other one, the goon of Guillamarde, which, of course, the author of the pamphlet's just a skeptic and depicts it as a raccoon, but if you listen to the legend, it sounds way more horrifying. Some type of hybrid creature that was going around causing trouble on Romana and Guillamarde streets. There's even a February 11th, 1938 article on this called Winnie Dockside Damset. She gives this really crazy story about how this thing was on Palafox Street eating kittens and puppies apparently. The sad thing is that with every one of these legends, the author comes in is like trying to actively debunk every one and claims that Winnie's sister was interviewed and said that the story was just a lie. So which is it? Do we trust the newspaper as a source for what was happening in the past, or are you just going to label everything you don't like as some type of made-up story? Conveniently, this is how fake historians treat the subject. There's also the story of an old Spanish prison. So, supposedly, there are legends that say this old city prison was a Spanish prison. There was a newspaper article on this, but to me, this seems to be a cover-up because there's no building at the address given, and of course, the original building was destroyed in the fire. Is this just another redirection? After finding the story of the underground tunnels in Pensacola, I'm like, finally, a reference of some kind, right? So I go to the librarian and I'm like, hey, what do you think about this? And She's so nice, and she's like, oh, I've heard about the tunnels. She wasn't a skeptic at all. In fact, bro, I swear she was catching on, and she was like, oh, have you ever noticed how the buildings downtown are 6 feet below the ground and that they have these large basements? She knew what was up, and she told me the same stuff about the tunnels being under the church and downtown. But one thing she told me which was really interesting is that there were tunnels under the Sacred Heart Hospital on 12th Avenue, and that she knew this for a fact because cancer patients or little kids would be taken underground in these tunnels. And she said that it was a private concern, so they had these tunnels painted with bright colors and they would just transport these children. I'm gonna say some crazy stuff on that towards the end, but at the time when she was telling me, I was just standing there with my jaw dropped like, what did she just say? Also, the old Pensacola Hospital on 12th Avenue, which we'll talk about it more shortly, but that place is the most haunted building in Pensacola, and it was the old insane asylum before it was Sacred Heart Hospital. So we tell her that we have been searching the library for references to these tunnels, but that there's no information on it whatsoever, but everyone seems to be so certain that they exist. She even helped us research. She allowed us to look through the entire Pensacola News Journal archive that's a collection that goes back to 1880. Now this time, when we searched for underground tunnels, we actually found some more references. But we also have to remember that the historians are the educators or those who have been programmed, but sometimes the newspapers, at least to a certain degree and in rare cases, especially in the past, contained true journalists. Journalists who were literally just asking questions, doing exactly what we're doing right now. In 1980, a Pensacola News Journal article by Mike Henderson named Tunnel Vision of the City's Tunnels came out speaking of these underground tunnels. They say there is no tunnel, but I beg leave to differ. This guy isn't playing around either. He looks like he means business. Quote, someone has misplaced Pensacola's tunnel. As far as we knew, it was right where it should have been, under the city where the Spaniards left it back in 1781. They concluded, after consultation with historians, that the tunnel could not be found because it did not exist. So, the historians were the same way 40 years ago. Quote, not only did one tunnel I was familiar with, the one linking downtown with Naval Air Station, not exist, but several others. Tunnels linking Fort Pickens with Fort Barrancas with Fort McCree, and Fort Redoubt, and one from the Panton Mansion to the Bay did not exist either. I really like this guy because if you listen closely, you can tell that he's just as frustrated as I am with these historians. He's like, quote, is it too much to sit silent while young whippersnappers with no respect for their elders' memories perpetuate these abominations? He's telling you that these educated young folk who literally have no experience or age in history are coming in trying to tell the Pensacolians that these tunnels can't exist because it's not possible. And he's like, bro, I've been in them. I'm gonna go ahead and read this one because it's a really good article. The story ran under the headline, Digging Around for Pensacola Tunnel, which gives the first clue to why they didn't find it. They were digging in the wrong places. Ah, youth, they have not yet learned there are some things that cannot be found by shoveling Pensacola's soft sands or by turning to the musty tomes of history. I wonder who he's talking about. They seem to think that they can just read timelines and history given to us by royalty in the 1600s, Scaligerian history, and they take this official history, right? So when they dig something up, they conform it. They force it into this template that they have. They are not willing to change the template when they uncover their findings, and that's the problem. Not everything is just written down. Things are lost to history, and we have to start putting things together ourselves. Quote, some things are found only in the deep sacred recesses of the soul and the sweet delicious memories dear to the heart. Now, towards the end, I think this guy's trolling a little bit. I'm not really sure if he's being genuine or if this is just some attempt to joke around with the historians. But you gotta think, This isn't some scholarly historian, it's a journalist. Someone asking questions, right? This is us. And when it's true, it is the spirit of humanity. Curiosity to our past that sometimes can only be accessed through deep ancestral memories because these things were lost to history. From cataclysms to wars, arson, religious persecution, you name it, everything was written and relabeled. History is created by the victors. His story is what we're told, and we need to start looking at history from a more creative and feminine point of view. Stop demanding for evidence when you haven't even begun to look into the question. Stop being a know-it-all and open the mind to new possibilities, some of which may write an entirely new paradigm, destroying everything you once knew. But why hold on to something that is based on lies and forgery, darkness and suppression of our inner light? We must revive our curiosity for history, and that can only be done by looking inwards. Mike continues with, quote, "I know, because I've been to the stately tunnel, a great barrel vault of sun-dried brick, many times. My first came when a neighbor and I were of preschool age. We were not old enough to go explore it alone, and it would have been no fun with adults. But explore it we did, amidst the bushy tomato plants and tall sunflowers of my parents' garden. Later, armed with wisdom and experience, I explored it at the sagacious age of 11. I knew well of the tunnel's origin at Fort Barrancas on the Naval Air Station. I knew the tunnel's secret exit at a house on North Hill, through which Confederate soldiers fleeing overwhelming Yankee firepower made their escape." Let's take a note of that. Once, on a rainy afternoon, I returned home with wet feet. It was because I had probed the tunnel to a point where its arched roof leaked bay water, flooding the floor. There you go. We're talking about the same tunnels as the Prohibition tunnels. Arched brick tunnels. I was to visit the tunnel again and again. I discovered pirate treasure. Captain Kidd chased me all the way home. The wooden sword at my side protected me. I believe he's using these metaphors to explain how he would really get lost in his imagination down here. Maybe he did find a treasure, but he's doing this for a specific reason. Another time, I found a rust-encrusted muzzle loader. It was made of pine, had a clothespin trigger, and fired rubber bands cut from a punctured inner tube. In junior high school, I learned from contemporaries who lived on the Naval Air Station the secret ways into the fort with danger restricted area signs posted all around. There, we stalked the catacombs, cool, dark, mystic places where we peered at the gun ports at bathers on the beach and posted sentinels against the shore patrol lest our trespass be discovered. We marveled that our diggings in the soft sand could not unearth the brick floor that must have been there. And yes, I believe we found the entrance to the tunnel that went downtown. It was a cavernous room where the sand was moist. We could hear running water, and we were afraid to go beyond the door. So, this guy's been there many times, and is even fair enough to mention that everyone has legends, right? Everybody has a wild imagination. Santa Claus, Tooth Fairy, sure. But there is actual proof for these tunnels, and these journalists are never going to change their minds. Quote, "For many of us in Pensacola, that something is a tunnel. It is very real." Two other writers say that they had the same exact experience with the tunnels, and that they're starting a society for the preservation of the tunnels, so I really don't think this is a joke. And if this society still does exist, can you guys send me an email? They end by saying that nothing these historians write on paper will ever change their minds. He has been there, he knows, and that he would rather be tortured in the chambers beneath Barrancas than to admit that they do not exist. Interestingly, there are more newspaper article references. This came out 3 months after Mike Henderson's article in 1980, so obviously people were talking about this. It's called "Digging Deep for Bayfront Parkway," answered by Carl Wernick. He starts off by talking about how these truck drivers are carrying these hazardous materials through downtown. Not only is it dangerous, prone to fires and slowing down traffic, but it seems that the fire marshal is saying that Bayfront Parkway is the best route to take. But the feds are the one who's providing funding for Bayfront, so if they do that, the feds threaten to cut funding, which this journalist argues is blackmail. So basically, either they let these truckers go through all these historic sites with these hazardous materials, clog traffic, or they tell the truckers to go to Bayfront Parkway and then they would lose federal funding. So the author of the article, who is also part of the Tunnel Preservation Society in Pensacola, has a solution. I think it's really just a clever argument. He knows they're not going to bite on it, but it's a way to get a completely different audience this information. He says, well, there is a solution, and it will benefit everybody, even expand our understanding of Pensacola's history. What does he mean by that? A tunnel. Yes, that's it. A tunnel under Bayfront Parkway. It's not so crazy. Literally, it's what the newspaper says. He knows exactly what people are going to think because they've already been programmed to think that these legends are silly. Despite some published reports, everyone knows Pensacola is laced with tunnels from years ago. Everyone knows? Well, it's been 40 years, and everyone that I've asked has never heard about it in their life. They don't know anymore. We should do a downtown poll and see how many people know about the subject. That'd be interesting data. Pensacola News Journal could easily bring the subject up again. I don't see why not. There are tunnels to Fort George on North Hill, tunnels to Fort Barrancas, tunnels under the bay to Fort McCree, a tunnel for Mike Henderson to play in, even a tunnel rumored to run under a certain street in the Seville Square historic district from a house once rumored to be used as an abortion clinic in the early 1900s. The tunnel was ostensibly used to get the upper crust North Hill ladies out of the clinic without detection. It's crazy because it reminds me about what the librarian said about the children under Sacred Heart Hospital. There are people who know because they were using them for business. Think of the benefits. Quote, underground Pensacola would become a favorite tourist attraction. Traffic would be lessened as much of it. The thing is, these journalists are already fully aware that the historians are not going to take them seriously. So he's joking around, saying, yeah, open up the tunnels, let the trucks go down there, and if the tunnel's not finished, just let them sink into the muck. Or that we could just all sip tea in there if the Russians ever throw bombs at us. All these little sarcastic solutions to what we could do with these tunnels, but will never do because these historians refuse to accept the existence of these tunnels because it doesn't work with their paradigm or their preconceived notions of reality. These people, even if they did see one of these tunnels, the first thing they're going to do is just open up their textbook and be like, okay, so this must be some British, Spanish tunnel. But, okay, how? How did the Spanish manage to build a tunnel under the bay? How did they even manage to build tunnels under Pensacola at all? Where are they? And also, notice how they said Spanish tunnels. So wait, where are the Prohibition tunnels in Pensacola? I find that strange. But the idea is that there are these large, massive tunnels, equivalent to a rabbit warren, that were left by these early settlers, or at least that's what these early Pensacolians had thought because that was the only history they knew. Here's solid evidence for the tunnels right here, but you gotta be able to think with new eyes now. So there was this event in the news where this kid was playing at NAS in a tunnel and it collapsed. But as you read into it, it's weird because we know, right, that there are legends of tunnels at NAS. But in the story, right, this tiny little 12-year-old just went to the side of an embankment and started digging a tunnel by himself. And they say that this was right behind the house too. And somehow he just went so deep inside of this tunnel that he dug himself That it just collapsed on its own? And sure, maybe that's the case. But I thought it was worth noting because, imagine if these tunnels really did exist. You would think that there would have to be some type of suppression, right? A kid is exploring in one near NAS and it happens to collapse and kills them, right? People are trying to get him out. Obviously, this is going to be big press. So a tunnel that goes underground at NAS kills a boy, okay? What if that was to get international recognition, right? So people would come and start researching these tunnels. So you would think, right, in a movie, there'd be NDAs. They'd probably be using them if they exist. People ask for proof, but many of these things are on military grounds, and these sites contain ancient ruins, but it's just very difficult to explore. So I was trying to figure out that why are there multiple references talking about tunnels in the 80s? What happened to where people all of a sudden were talking about it? Well, a guy named John McCurdy was going around giving talks on the ancient histories of Pensacola. This then spawned Mike Henderson to write his articles, which, now after reading this, makes me feel like something was off about those first two articles. A couple of weeks after the Mike Henderson article, in a section called The People's Voice, we get an explanation from John. He began talking about the tunnels and so many people found it interesting that Pensacola News Journal decided to hop on it. That's what those first two articles were. Those guys were both buddies, and they were also making a lot of jokes that really kind of made the whole subject look a little ridiculous. Also, the Society for the Preservation of the Tunnel and an invitation to join? I don't know, maybe it's some type of cover-up. Or maybe Mike did go into the tunnels, but just weird that they had to get all jokey. Maybe that's just a pay grade higher than them and they just had to leave it open-ended towards the end. But either way, this John guy is calling them out. Quote, I gave a 45-minute talk to the Gulf Coast Locators Club at Cedar Lake Restaurant, having been invited by Mr. Joe Southard, a friend with mutual interest in history. My topics included cast iron and other toys subject to be found around historical sites. And about guess what? Pensacola's tunnels and other possible sites for electronic probing. On about 2 months later, I see a front page section about guess what? He's talking about these people taking this idea of the tunnels and messing around with it all in the same year of 1980 because this was just starting to revive again. He even insinuates that all these people had a meeting on it because of his talk on the tunnels. Then he makes a reference to Mike Henderson, saying basically that he's unsure about his little jokes about Captain Kidd or the wooden musket, which I thought the same thing. So you kind of have this snarky back and forth between these journalists at P&J, and also there's this People's Voice, which, think about it, this is the independent people writing in, not some selected article for the Daily Report. He continues, it is a established fact that the technology to construct a tunnel under a body of water that has a clay bottom, for example Pensacola Bay, did not exist until after World War I, and that there was a tunnel between Barrancas and Redoubt is brought out by the fact that two youngsters were nearly buried alive in or around 1970 when a section collapsed under them as they were playing over it. Check me. Go to the newspaper morgue at the public library and look it up. Man, that gave me chills. And although we can't find this reference, this is proof that the people remember. It happened on the news. Kids died in these tunnels, right? And so these people were just about done with these historians. And this was 42 years ago. They knew what was happening. They knew that they were trying to erase the history of these tunnels when they knew for a fact that they existed. Kids died in them, their deaths reported in the local newspapers, and on top of that, their grandparents had been in them and worked in them with mules. These historians say they don't exist because already by this time, you were considered crazy if you believed these tunnels did exist. As he just said, it was impossible. No one could build a tunnel under the bay. The Spanish couldn't do it. We would still have difficulties doing it today. The technology didn't exist, so it never happened. Here's an article from 1985. Mixing wit and history, Woodrow Skinner entertained more than 200 history-minded Pensacolians with reflections of his long career as a teacher and historian during the Pensacola Historical Society program Monday night at the Wright's Place. Skinner explored the myths about Pensacola tunnels, revered new findings about the Hawkshaw area, and told of Civil War Pensacola when the city government moved north to Greenville, Alabama, the long distance of 150 miles. He doesn't say anything on whether they exist or not, but it's interesting to see another mention of these tunnels around this 1980 period. Pensacola News Journal talks about underground tunnels in other ways from other states and countries, and it's interesting that one particular about the Browns Hotel in Denver, Colorado, right? It had a similar style to the San Carlos Hotel that was destroyed in Pensacola. That story goes that there used to be a secret underground tunnel in which the elite would participate in prostitution and in secret using underground rail cars. So, this is not just in Pensacola, there's other cities that have this too. Another hotel in California with the same legend, but this time it's for Prohibition. The Pensacola News Journal has a lot of these articles, and we're going to be talking about them more later. The tunnels are there, they have just been relabeled in many instances. For example, with Fort Charlotte, and this also connects because Mobile's not that far away from Pensacola, right? So Fort Charlotte, or Fort Conde, which is a fort from the early 1700s, so way before the Civil War, by the French. And take a look at the size of this thing. People are going to believe that the tunnels are just legends because it destroys the history that they were taught in school. But what if there's an alternative history? One that was kept in the hands of the few and lost to time. But even as the knowledge was rediscovered, this information has been suppressed by the top officials of the city. And they decide what the historians teach in the museums. Sorry to say, but these young woke historians really don't have a clue. I've walked in and politely have tried to speak with them, and they look at me like I'm crazy. All they know is what they learned from the pages in a book, and it's the same stories that have been regurgitated over and over in every city. Fires destroy everything, disease, horrible weather, and plagues, waste management, and of course, the underground tunnels. Most of these educated historians have never even thought of an alternative because in order to do so, you have to be willing to let go of everything that you learned in school. But this would require for them to admit that they wasted so much time, money, and energy. So because of that, they go into defense mode. It's not a waste of time, it's just an opportunity to discover more. But the answer may be so far beyond our modern perception of what the ancients were capable of, that the only solution for most people would be to dismiss it as just a fairy tale. I know this because we literally went to UWF and talked to them. Listen to this. So one of the last things we did was to go to the UWF library to see if there were any books or references, and I was feeling pretty hopeful. So I walk in and asked the librarian in the front, and she was nice, she helped me, very sweet. We looked up underground tunnels, and the only thing came up was that little pamphlet. She told me though, that if I wanted to know more, that I should go downstairs and talk to this top historian in the basement of UWF. They tell me that I can go down there and look through the entire archives. She says that there's this elderly fellow that literally knows more history than anybody there, and that if anyone knows, he will know. So I'm like, okay, cool, let's go talk to this guy. I head down there, all excited, and when I come in, there's another guy there. He is maybe 40 with long hair, and he was telling me that the old guy was doing a tour or something, which I think you can actually see these guys online at the UWF archive website. They're the people who literally run the archives at UWF of Pensacola now, which is terribly budgeted from what I was told. So this guy with the long hair was the only one there at first, and he asked me if I needed help. I was like, okay, why not ask him and see what he says? So I told him basically everything I told you guys, but a 30-second version, right? I told him about the Prohibition tunnels in every city and that I had been doing research on them for a couple other cities. I didn't go too deep or anything, right? And that I was just interested to learn if there were any Prohibition tunnels in Pensacola. And then I told him that as we were researching, we discovered that there were legends of tunnels in Pensacola, that some were downtown, some at the forts, and at the Naval Air Station. And that's really all I said briefly. I look over at him and he's just smirking and laughing and says, "Source?" I was like, well, there's actually not that much on it, but I wanted to find more research on it. And the only thing that I could find was this one book speaking on legends, and so I show him the book. He kind of dropped a smirk for a second and he's like, okay, that's interesting. And he chuckles and he's like, well, you see, I'm in construction, so, insinuating that he knows it's impossible. So he's like, okay, if you want to look into it, I'm not going to stop you. I'm looking through all these old maps and newspaper microfilms, which we found some cool stuff. And even this map says that there were cannibals in this area. But finally, the top historian supposedly at UWF comes back from his tour that he was giving his students, and here is the elderly man that everyone seems to know at UWF. So I talked to this guy, trying to see if he knows something or someone who knows more about these tunnels. I explained the same stuff to him, and weirdly, he does the same exact thing as the long hair guy. He's just sitting there laughing at me saying, "Yep, yeah, I don't know of any tunnels." So I start giving him references, telling him about different stories I've heard from locals who have been to these tunnels. I mentioned the tunnels under the forts, trying to show him that I do think there's something more to these legends. He said that he only knew the ones at Barrancas and Pickens, but other than that, he was not willing to talk about it anymore. And I don't think like he was hiding something. No, he just thought that it wasn't worth his time, and how could such a distinguished historian even be entertaining this idea with this idiot kid interested in legends? They really just thought it was a joke. And the whole time that I was talking to this elderly guy, the long hair dude is just sitting there waiting for this guy to disprove me or something. And I was being really calm, nice, trying to show them some things that I didn't even get a chance to, but it just became clear that they had no interest in talking to me whatsoever. Supposedly, this is the guy who knows the most about Pensacola's history at UWF, and he had never heard many of the things that I was telling him. So what happened was, I could see that he was getting uncomfortable, and he ended the conversation with, "Look, I don't know how you would research this." I was like, I'm doing it right now. I'm just trying to give you guys an insight on what these historians are like. So then that long hair guy was like, "Man, you're really serious about this. You really want to find something even though there's nothing." I told him, I was like, no, we already found a lot of stuff. This was after we already had most of the information presented in this video. So I wasn't really worried if they believed me or not, to be honest. I was just there looking for some final golden nuggets, and I'm kind of glad I did. They were trying to imply to me that this can't be researched, and you're stupid for thinking that it can be researched. And I know this because I was doing some research on the newspapers when I thought, oh, what if they have the oldest newspapers of Pensacola here, right? So I get this long hair guy to help me. We go up the elevator and it was taking a while, and I thought I'd just try chatting with him because it wasn't fully apparent yet that he thought the whole thing was stupid. So I asked him, I was like, do you know any legends, mysteries, or cool things of Pensacola that may be interesting to know? Then out of nowhere, he really replies, he's like, I'm a historian, and historians deal with facts. Legends are not real. It honestly caught me by surprise because the whole time it was, okay, if you want to research it, go for it. He really didn't say anything else. So, I responded and I was like, well, there's truth to every legend. At least we can start from there when asking questions on certain histories. And he tells me, oh, do you have a degree in history? I was like, no, but I have a degree in computer animation. I like to research history. He goes, okay, well, I have a major in history, and there's a way to research. You have to have sources. Seems like he kind of just let out all the frustration that he had been bottling in during our interaction. He thought this entire idea was not even worth thinking about or even discussing. I knew there was no point in even trying to explain, but he was really just trying to tell me that myths and legends should be completely separated from history, that they're two entirely different subjects. So I asked him, I was like, do you know who Herodotus is? And this dude said no, 40 years of age, 8 years of college, and didn't even know who the first historian was. Can you believe that? Well, should I explain that he was the first historian and had no problem with looking at legends and using them as sources? But basically, what I'm getting at is that, what is a historian? What is a source? To this long-haired guy, a historian is someone who keeps records and state royal documents and then memorizes them, and that's the only factual sources that can be used when researching a topic, if you can even call it that. He demanded that legends and myths cannot be intertwined with history, yet he argued this from a fallacy of authority. I'm educated, don't try to present anything that contradicts what I'm saying. I really don't mean to go on, but I do think this is crucial to note. I mean, seriously, what is a historian? The university systems no longer have true historians from my perspective. You see, all a historian is someone who interprets past events and presents it in a convincing fashion. It's not just that though. A historian is someone who's curious of the world around them, truly interested in discovering regardless of preconceived notions. Meaning, most modern day historians are not historians, but instead, they are mainstream government record keepers who memorized the information that was passed to them. Most of these elite historians possess no capability of creative thinking and cannot think outside of anything that is not documented and proven to be fact. Or in other words, where's your source? Where's your source? Like some Reddit user or something. Me talking about Herodotus to this guy was making him so uncomfortable. But here's a source. Herodotus' Histories is actually translated Inquiries in Greek, meaning the first history book is actually called the Book of Inquiry. And what is an inquiry? To ask for information. Which guess what? That means asking questions is the source of all our history, since Herodotus is the father. Furthermore, to say that legends can't be the source for research is ridiculous, for the Spanish spent millions, if not billions, in exploring the New World on the basis of legends. Same goes for California and the legends of Calafia. But these educated masters of history at the universities think that the only thing worthy of researching is that which is documented and factually sourced. Which I agree, it's necessary, as we've done throughout this entire video before discussing the alternative. But we have to be willing to open our minds and explore alternative ideas once the entire picture starts to crumble, because the truth is, a lot of these things do not add up with the official history that they tell us. Why did these educated historians laugh at even the prospect of investigating whether there were tunnels or not? It wasn't because they knew for a fact. They just had never heard of it or were never taught in school, so to them, it must not be true. But does that automatically mean there are no tunnels? Just because we can't find an official source? Or because these educated officials say otherwise? That top UWF elderly history guy who supposedly knew everything tried to tell me that there were no sources for this stuff, when really, 1, they didn't take it seriously to begin with. 2, they don't understand that history is not only an interpretation, but the process of gathering information and presenting it as a plausible reality. 3, because of this, they weren't willing to discover sources outside of the mainstream that can further elucidate these mysteries. They couldn't see the connections of all the other anomalies with history, the similar patterns across all cities in America, including supposed Prohibition tunnels, the massive amount of STARFORTs which seem to be the basis of every major city, not to mention the tunnels found in Mobile and St. Augustine, which are relatively close to Pensacola. You see, they've lost the ability to think that way, and it's sad. And I'm not really trying to send hate their way, Please do not harass these individuals, that's not my intention at all. But it's to set an example of what we should not do as genuine, curious, and honest historians. Because otherwise, we're just continuing the cycle. History can easily be rewritten, and to be honest, I don't really blame them for acting so disrespectfully. They were fearful. They have to laugh and walk away, showing no interest. But this is only because they've been programmed their whole life. They don't know any other explanation. It would throw away their entire life's work. All this time spent studying in the universities. And so for that, they have to react in fear. So is that it? When we went to PSC, we really didn't have enough time to really look through everything, so after the UWF experience, I signed up for the P&J archives and just started searching. So I'm about to show you guys hundreds of clippings, and they're all from old Pensacola newspapers, such as the Pensacola Gazette, the Floridian, the Pensacolian, and I realized that this was crucial in discovering Pensacola's hidden history, as if there was going to be any references, it was going to be in these newspapers, as we already found some, but I wanted to find older references. One of the first things we noticed is that throughout the 1820s and 1840s, there were several open secret societies in Pensacola advertising in the newspapers. Not only that, but it would seem that the origins of UWF are steeped in Freemasonry. In an 1840 Pensacola Gazette ad posting a call for a meeting of Freemasons, we can see that it was done by the order of WM. And then right below this ad, we see another ad promoting the West Florida Collegiate Institute, which says, quote, "The trustees have the pleasures of announcing that they have ceded the services of Mr. W.M. T. Walthall as principal of the institution." Now, maybe there's another person named similarly, but I found it interesting that those two were right by each other. Seems worth mentioning, especially since UWF likes to throw that they own the key to history in their spiral symbolism. Now, this is not just some conspiracy theory about Freemasons. If you don't know who the Oddfellows are, I highly suggest watching our video on them, as it fully exposes the history of these so-called philanthropists. Very strange that they had multiple lodges in Pensacola, and these weren't just anybody's. These are the most influential people in Pensacola's founding. Yet, there's barely any history on the origins of secret societies in Pensacola. Can we not learn about this without labeling it a conspiracy? In the Pensacola Gazette, December 28, 1850, we have an article named, quote, "Ceremonies of Oddfellowship." Many of our ceremonies derived from high antiquity. What does he mean by that? Have an import which every Oddfellow should seek to comprehend, hinting that you must know their esoteric wisdom. Beneath some of them lay the profoundest mysteries of man and the universe. It goes on and on about the values that the Oddfellows promote in their lodges, as not only crucial, but beneficiary to man. At the surface, it seems that there's nothing wrong, right? Just a bunch of odd fellows meeting up and learning about deep occult secrets in the universe, right? Is there any connection with Freemasonry? Royalty? And is there anything suspicious about how they funded all of the institutions for every city? Meaning, they're the ones who funded the schools, hospitals, orphanages. But why and where did they get so much money? From what? Their business? Like I said, check out that Oddfellows video, but their entire motto is educate the orphan. Every early city in America had Oddfellow lodges, and not only are they deeply connected with Freemasonry, but their organization is the foundation for resetting cities and erasing history. They were not founded by just laborers, but in its origins, were started by elite aristocrats who abused occult knowledge in order to train orphans to bring younger orphans into brand new cities and prepare them for the new world. I know that sounds like a lot, but hang on and I'll show you how this is the case. In the Pensacola Commercial newspaper from December 1884, we see clearly that Masonic and Oddfellow lodges are indeed connected. In the Pensacola News, September 22nd, 1889, we see an article labeled Secret Society News. There are several IOOF or Oddfellow postings, and this was almost every day. Yet, in the modern day, do we see anything like this in the media or newspapers? A call to join secret societies? Seems kind of weird. In the Pensacola Gazette, September 1st, 1821, so 200 years ago, there's an article talking about the acquisition of Florida, which I found intriguing. Florida. The acquisition of this vast territory by the United States may be considered as an event among the most important annals of our history since the year 1803. The importance of this acquisition, whether held in national or political or private and beneficiary point of view, is interesting to the highest possible degree. In the first, it secures to the United States not only an exclusion of those characters who, heretofore, either under the secret authority of their masters, what does that mean, or enterprising, avaricious, and predatory individuals that have committed many and serious aggressions upon our defenseless and extensive frontiers in that quarter. But it puts it completely in our power too, to prevent in future murders, thefts, and other enormities, heretofore so common with the vicinity by the lawless and relentless tawny sons of the forest. It goes on to say that this is one of the most important events in American history, but this brings up some interesting questions. So for one, it seems that they're implying that by acquiring Florida, it excluded these characters or the early settlers such as the Spanish and British who, according to this article, were under the secret authority of masters, meaning royalty, right? Then on top of that, it says it also prevents future murders by Indian men of the forest described as tawny, which does mean the color brown. It also talks about the Spanish very negatively, insisting that hundreds of citizens were ruined by Spanish spoliation, who have been for years dragging out a miserable and wretched existence. It also references the tears of the orphan, which is kind of strange. In another article from the Pensacola Gazette, March 4th, 1822, we see a section named Dolcho's Elegant Apology to the Ladies. Now, there's nothing really weird about this, but I actually never heard an explanation, and I thought this was kind of interesting to find in the Pensacola News Journal. He basically explains that girls are not allowed into Freemasonry because the guys wouldn't be able to focus on the mysteries of the universe. Which does make sense if you're having all these get-togethers or mass gatherings with both male and female, all of you guys are sitting in the same room. I mean, I can imagine some people trying to shoot their shot or something, so maybe they wouldn't be as focused. It's not a bad point, but it is strange that they would put this stuff in the newspaper. In an article from the Floridian, July 20th, 1822, it's talking about a speech, and in it, there's a reference to Spain being encouraged by the secret aid of other powers. She might carry on a desolating war upon our commerce. So did the Spanish have secret aid? And why is there not more information on the Spanish origins of early Pensacola outside of the founding of the original settlement? I'm not talking about the 1550 period, I'm talking 1700s to 1800s. This period is completely blank in Pensacola's history for the most part. Now, I started to switch up my terms from secret, oddfellows, and started to look for secret passages, as I had already searched for underground tunnels at PSC, and I found all the references I could, so I was trying to use different terms. Interestingly, one of the first references of secret passages is a murder story involving crones and a subterranean passage that was kept in secret. I'm not saying there's a connection, but I find it weird that directly to the right of this, it speaks of another IOOF or Oddfellow ad calling for a meeting. I don't think this is a coincidence because someone had to have planned and directed the layout of these articles. There are several stories that were told in these early Pensacola newspapers, and I'm not saying this is proof, we're just documenting everything, that they had several murder mystery stories and cartoons that was presented in the Pensacola News Journal. and they would talk about secret passages and people getting away in them or committing murders. One specifically is a story named The Ivory Queen by Norman Hurst, and this is in the Pensacola News Journal, September 19th, 1899. One of the earliest references to tunnels in Pensacola is an article named What the Tourist Gets from February 26, 1905, so over 100 years ago. After the author spent some time describing the weather and the climate of the United States, towards the end, he begins describing Pensacola. Quote, "There's so much to interest everyone. The Naval Yard, the old Fort Pickens, McCree, Barrancas, and Fort Redoubt, which the author says was built 75 years ago, so 1830. Yet, remember, with all of this, we're still dealing with propaganda. This is the news of the time. But interestingly, it says hundreds of rooms and secret passages. He also clearly mentions the old Fort Pickens. And if they could build massive structures and tunnels the size of Fort Pickens, which, by the way, is one of the biggest forts in America that I've been to. So when did they start construction and how long did they take? And if they could do this out there in the middle of nowhere on the beach, then what was downtown Palafox like? Oh, like that stuff you see in Pensacola Village downtown where they're like Amish people in small wooden houses and very primitive in their ways? Then how did they get such advanced architectural skills to not just build Fort Pickens, but all the other forts, including more like Fort George, Fort San Carlos? And when we talk about Fort Pickens, we're really talking about the Fort of Santa Rosa. I'll explain fully later, but we still got more to go through with these archives. This is going to be a weird little tangent for a second, but in this exact same newspaper, the same one with the secret passages of the forts, there's another article called Sea Serpent Seen by Tampa Mariners. Remarkable experience of two truthful coast sailors whose reputation has never been questioned. I mean, that looks interesting. The story goes that a Mr. Roberts and Captain Neild were returning with a cargo of fish from Old Tampa Bay, and when rounding Gadsden Point, they saw something coming from the direction of the harbor at a speed that made the water fairly sizz, like escaping steam from 100 locomotives and covering it for fully 50 yards on both sides, a foam as white as the chalk cliffs. So, basically a really huge wave. They describe it as a monster that was 50 feet away from them, and both of the men agreed that it was at least 100 feet long and 25 feet in diameter. When its head was reared above the water, about 10 or 15 feet, it had in its mouth a great loggerhead turtle, which it evidently was breakfasting upon. It made a complete circle around the Pride, and so the mariners had a chance to fully observe it. It had the head of a Chinese dragon, with its tail the shape of an eel. Also, barnacles as large as saucers were growing over him, and the color was between a bronze, green, and slate. The teeth were nearly white and 3 feet long and formed corkscrews. The eyes were the size of a soup plate and were yellow and devilish. This story gets even crazier because apparently this creature had the ability to walk on land, and they say it dug a canal across Gadsden Point, knocking down pines, walking grass, and throwing sand hundreds of feet in the air, creating a canal 8 feet deep and 50 feet wide, then disappearing into the sea. Then it was heading to the Gulf at 60 knots an hour. So this creature was just causing all sorts of messes in this area apparently. It ends encouraging everyone to go visit the canal, and sure, the skeptic may think that this is more proof for the ridiculousness of newspaper articles back in the day, but is it? I'm sure that did occur, and that is possible that this could be a made-up lie or maybe a legend of some sort. Possibly a cover-up for some type of tech being used for canals. But it's strange that this was in the exact same newspaper as the secret passages of all the forts. I think these things are possible, and also, right after this story, right below it, it says itch ringworm, and it just kind of reminded me of those old engravings that depicted flying serpents and all sorts of creatures that could have existed during these times. I mean, even on old maps. Now, before we get to the really good stuff, I wanted to continue with the references of these secret passages because when searching for this term, 90% of the time, it's actually referencing underground tunnels. And I can't forget to mention that in Tampa, not only are there legends of giant serpents, but there's also Ybor City, which is a historic neighborhood just northeast of downtown Tampa. It was founded in the 1880s by Vincent Martinez Ybor and other cigar manufacturers, populated by thousands of immigrants mainly from Cuba, Spain, and Italy. These are Prohibition tunnels supposedly, but there's a lot of questions to be asked. I mean, they were smuggling people down here to be used for prostitution, so they're quite large, and shout out to KD, if you know, you know. But there's some deep mystery when it comes to multiple cities in Florida. Most of the north has 3 major cities worth investigating: Pensacola, St. Augustine, and Jacksonville. For some reason, there's not that much down south of Florida, but these tunnels are proof that perhaps there's some lost history still to be discovered. So as I was saying, there are many of these murder mystery stories that have been told throughout P&J's old archive. And sure, maybe it's nothing. Everyone loves an interesting story. It could just be a manifestation of our primal fear, and so, they would just have these stories to get attention. Sure, but I find it worth noting because there's actually a lot of them, and there's also news articles about real events involving secret passages in New York, Colorado, Chinatown, underground passages. A strange story talking about the Chinese and Japanese underground passage to America. A hoodoo doctor murdering using secret passages beneath his house. A secret passage in Birmingham, Alabama. A Long Island home of ancestors, which is an interesting reference to Civil War connections in the building of these tunnels. A historic site in Newport, Rhode Island with underground tunnels. Remember, although these stories do not involve Pensacola, all of these were featured in old Pensacola newspapers. And there's this weird ad from February 1926 saying famous mysteries. And although he's using this term in allegory, I found it strange that it says, for printers are humans and they have not discovered the secret passageway to high quality. Strange wording. And remember, we know that Masons were the leaders of old Pensacola in its foundings, as with the Oddfellows who were in charge of the colleges and of course had connections with the newsprinting companies. It would be weird to use this terminology because if there were underground tunnels in Pensacola, there would be incentive to keep that stuff secret. It gets weirder. There are also many cartoons that were promoted during this time throughout America, and one of them is a story by Rube Goldberg named Boob McNutt. This featured in a 1933 Pensacola News Journal in which the story involves escaping through secret passages. The story talks about a secret underground lair in which he's making insects larger than monsters of prehistoric times. Over 3 different cartoons were featured in Pensacola News Journal involving this exact same theme: underground secret passages. Even some that were supposedly not known by the new government. I found a reference to hidden passages in the story called 3 Young Pensacolians Appear in Hidden Creek in a P&J article from 1966. The book, The Secrets of Hidden Creek by Willie Folk St. John, the author says is a bestseller and highly interesting because the incidents in the book, besides the name, ring true, or basically, the background and setting are true. It says, throw in an old half-built castle in North Georgia, 3 kids on vacation, some secret passages, and a mysterious neighbor boy, and there you have the necessary ingredients for the plot, which, according to them, is based on truth. Apparently, these secret passages have to do with Confederates and hidden gold as well. That's interesting to note. Also, in an article from the Daily News Pensacola, January 25th, 1893, there was a play at the Pensacola Opera House called The Fair Rebel, which involved Civil War officers and this strange comedy drama. But listen to this. One of the most effective scenes of the play shows the escape from Libby Prison, the underground tunnel, and the final recapture. So, another reference to Civil War Confederates or Union soldiers supposedly building underground tunnels during the war, and this was played at the Pensacola Opera. Also, in 1968, a movie was playing at Penn Air involving China invading America in subterranean tunnels called Battle Beneath the Earth, where authorities discover a maze of tunnel complexes beneath major population centers. So a movie about the government discovering tunnels below the cities that they were not aware of? Okay, so before we get to the finale, remember what that nice librarian said at PSC? She told me about the underground tunnels that led into the Sacred Heart Hospital. And we both searched through the archives and we didn't really find anything, and when she told me, I don't really think she had seen any newspaper articles. I think she just got that info based on word of mouth or legend. Because the truth is, no one talks about there being tunnels under Sacred Heart Hospital, or at least I never heard that growing up. They also don't talk about this online. There's no way to find this unless you look at the archives. In 1967, there was an article in the Pensacola News Journal called "The New Children's Hospital Can Be a Medical Asset." And what this is about is how they're building a new Sacred Heart Hospital on North 9th Avenue, okay? But it gets even more interesting. But supposedly, this new hospital was to be connected to the original Sacred Heart Hospital via an underground tunnel. The librarian said that they would transfer kids under here. Okay, so how do you build an underground tunnel 60 years after the supposed construction of this building, which is up for question? So 60 years later, you guys just dug from under the streets and made this tunnel? Is it still there for us to witness? Is it literally under the street? Why are we not going to question whether or not this tunnel was already there, or whether or not this was just some type of announcement and propaganda to 1. reaffirm that the building was a recent construction only 60 years ago, as I believe it's much older, and 2. to announce the construction projects that were going on during this time, which was the building of the new hospital. But what if the underground component was not constructed, but renovated, and the new hospital was strategically placed to align with these tunnels that were already in existence there? A year later, another reference is made to these underground tunnels. Quote, "Construction on the 600,000 hospital connected by an underground tunnel to the present Sacred Heart facility." Finally, we have one last reference from 1969, and then that's really all we hear about it. Search for Underground Tunnel Sacred Heart Hospital online. Nothing comes up. Here in the Pensacola News Journal from 1969, the pediatric unit will be connected with the main hospital by an underground tunnel. So there was a truth to what that librarian told me at PSC, which was purely based on legend and or word of mouth. Sacred Heart Children's Hospital, a special place for area children? Seriously? Look at these photos. Does this place look safe for children? Because there are deep secrets here that have been kept from us. A darkness does reside over this place. It's about as safe as the Little Theater, which was also the Pensacola jail where people were hanged. So, what's up with these buildings that were once really dark places being turned into some type of children's center? Let's take a break for a short second from the archives. It's not over yet, trust me. I haven't said the best part yet, but let's talk about Sacred Heart for a second, because we got some footage of it so that you can see what I'm talking about, with this place looking like a castle, and there's also clear indications that there's a large basement. We went here late at night, so you tell me. And this is just like the second floor, because they have the upper sections blocked off here, but it's mostly in horrible condition. That's another thing, like, how could they let such an expensive and important historical artifact in Pensacola, the first hospital, go to such a shit condition? I mean, it's getting better now. They're putting businesses in there, but I don't know, it just has a dark vibe. You know Ozone? Well, it's this pizza place that's very well known here, and it uses the hospital crematory area as the restaurant. I'm not joking, and people eat here. I mean, even I did growing up, I didn't have a clue. But yeah, the basement here, it was the hospital's morgue. The bartenders will tell you, there are several haunted stories involving many spirits that roam the halls of this old hospital. Several people report seeing ghosts in the mirrors in the bathrooms, which I did go in and they definitely were creepy. The owners of the building are very strict when it comes to trespassers and will press charges if you go exploring in the upper areas, which the walls are completely peeling off. Not only was this place an insane asylum when it was known as the Pensacola Hospital, but it was originally funded by Catholics. Even in the oldest pictures, you can see that something is really off about this place, as if it's already haunted. Near the entrance, you can see stairs which are a different material to look actually kind of like a castle, but I don't believe that this was originally there, that this is a part of some renovation project. As you can see, it leads up to this big opening to the second floor. Now, architecturally, this really doesn't make that much sense, and you see this a lot with old world buildings. Notice how the lower windows are actually larger than all the other windows. What you see on the outside exterior, I believe, is limestone from what we were told, and some decorative molding to the entrance and other areas, but this is just all renovation in my eyes. Bricks are the base of this thing, so I believe the exterior is just a decoration, and the original building was a massive brick structure. And as I was saying, with the bottom windows being larger, the first floor is actually the basement. Unless it goes even deeper, now that we know of secret underground tunnels. So wait, why would you do this near a bay area with heavy hurricanes? Such large basements would easily get flooded. The excuse is, they had pumps in all of them. I tried to get a couple of videos on site so that you could see it goes about 10 feet down, and that wouldn't be enough for the secret underground tunnels, so you would assume that there has to be maybe one more floor under that. It also just has a very castle-like look to it, which I honestly think is a part of the renovation. This could just be a huge brick building that was converted to look like this. The hospital is not designed to be an insane asylum though. They did take them, but people were getting these nasty diseases like Spanish flu, the plague, cholera, and just like in every city story, everybody's getting extremely sick because they haven't figured out waste management yet. But if you look in these hallways, the arch is just strangely familiar, and it kind of puts you in a trance when you walk down these halls. So yeah, this was Pensacola's first hospital, and it supposedly opened in 1909 as the only hospital in Pensacola with a population of 20,000 and the purpose to be a sanitarium, which, if you don't know, is another reset topic. So people are getting massively sick and then brought to these buildings. This isn't just Pensacola, all around the world, which they were also Catholic funded, right? And so they had these massive old world structures. And don't forget that a hospital or an insane asylum could call you in any time if they deemed you ill. We put this on our asylum video, but back then, you could get sent to the hospital for the most ridiculous reasons. 7 years later, they shut this program down, or I suspect that they had finished essentially wiping all those who knew the history of this location and were not with the new narrative. The reset was implemented, and now, with its opening in 1915, it was simply called the Pensacola Hospital. It wasn't until 1948 where the name was changed to Sacred Heart Hospital, and then of course, it was moved to a new building on North 9th Avenue where it's still today, which is called the Ascension Sacred Heart Hospital, with a really weird logo. And this is like the main hospital of Pensacola, but get this is 4 miles away from the old Sacred Heart Hospital. So that would mean 4 miles of underground tunnels were built all the way from the old to the new current Sacred Heart Hospital in 1967? Yet, that's no easy feat, and I don't know anybody that knows about this today, and there's no references online or articles whatsoever, except in the newspapers of course. This was obviously suppressed for some reason, and I don't believe it was just for the children's safety. Obviously, people would start asking questions, which is what we all should be doing. Anyways, let's get back to the archives. I think before we move on, there's a couple things that I wanted to talk about. Well, one is an article from the P&J 1974 called Any More Such Idiocies, Historian? Where the author seems to be quite frustrated with these historians who control the narrative. Quote, "Boy, what a difference a couple generations make when it comes to rewriting and continuing to distort our history." P&J was talking about this stuff 50 years ago. People were getting pissed at these historians, and he goes on to say that these historians are liberals who write the books, and also he mentions that these trolleys would go through underground tunnels. Sure, he may not be referencing Pensacola, but it's still very interesting that this was in the P&J. Also, there are several old newspapers from the 1820s that seem to show that Pensacola and Palafox Street had a full-on city, showing engravings of buildings that look quite complex compared to what they tell us at the museums. Furthermore, where are all these buildings? Because they want to tell us that the Tivoli High House is the oldest, yet we know that's not the original building. It was reconstructed in 1970. Remember, 1820 is when Fort Pickens was supposedly built, so they definitely had mastery of brick according to the mainstream narrative. We also know there were many great fires, so what did Pensacola look like in the early 1800s? This seems to be under-researched for some reason, to the point of it almost being deliberate. Yet, there's evidence to suggest that Pensacola was filled with large brick buildings during this time, and something happened to erase all of it, as we see with the great fires in every old world city. Also, they want us to believe that several large old world buildings for massive amounts of money were all just dumped into Pensacola, and these buildings in Palafox were just built in 3 years in 1908. This is saying that after the Great Storm of 1906, there was massive amount of damage, so they came in to start massive amounts of construction, which I believe is true, but the propaganda is the semantics itself. Reconstruction? Or are you guys saying from scratch? What evidence do we have that they started building in 1906? There are shockingly very few construction photos, all of which are up for question since manipulation techniques were being used during these times in photography. Not only that, but they're horrible photos. If they really did all this, you would think that we would have hundreds, if not thousands of photos of downtown Pensacola being built. But that simply is just not the case. There are also several houses for sale in early 1820 newspapers where you can clearly see they look like 3-story brick buildings. And there's also a medicine that was being promoted during this time with the engraving of a large building. So where is this building? And even if it wasn't in Pensacola, the point is that they're putting these buildings in the newspapers. How are they just going to be living in cottages and be looking at all these massive buildings in the newspaper? The architectural capabilities of America were there. They definitely had the money, since most of these ads are them selling properties. But none of these 1820 buildings that were being used as businesses in these 1820 newspapers are really here anymore, because they date all of the Palafox buildings after 1900s, which I believe is not only incorrect but intentionally promoted by Pensacola News Journal during this 1908 period to give the impression that all these downtown buildings were newly constructed after the fire. After all that we've covered, there will always be those who cannot handle the cognitive dissonance and will be forced to label this material as insane. But we saved the best for last. In a 1919 Pensacola News Journal article called The History of Pensacola's Fortification, we have a definitive source for these tunnels. Remember, this is 100 years ago. And if you type in real quick, who built Fort Pickens? It wasn't Spanish in mainstream history. Remember, this was for the Civil War. Okay, we'll explain this. Quote, Forts McCree, Pickens, and Barrancas were built by the Spaniards years ago. Built by the Spaniards? However, we have failed to mention Fort Redoubt, which at one time was a strong fortification, but here in the past has been eliminated? One of the interesting and no doubt a difficult task which was performed by the Spaniards was the underground tunnel leading from then Fort San Carlos to Fort Redoubt, used for communication between the two forts. Fort Barrancas, which was called by the Spaniards Fort San Carlos, at the present time has some antique buildings standing, and some of which are used daily by our fighting men. But once you look into this, you find that these bastions can be found not only all over Europe, but around the world. They were not just used for the Civil War, and they were far older. Yet if you type in forts in Pensacola, Google's only going to show you Barrancas and Pickens. Read their history online, go to them. Nothing says that they were built by the Spanish, and there's definitely no references to underground tunnels connecting them. Furthermore, it goes on to say that there were antique buildings standing on Fort Barrancas which were used by the soldiers. This is crucial to note. These tunnels were literally used during the Civil War, and this author is stating this as a fact. There's nothing in this that says or mentions anything regarding legends, but it doesn't stop there. Get ready, because I'm about to tell you what I think is the biggest lost secret of Pensacola. We found even more references that confirms these underground tunnels. This isn't Pensacola, but was in the P&J article from 1926 with the title Civil War Feat in Engineering Comes to Light. Quote, in Petersburg, Virginia, one of the greatest pieces of battlefield engineering of the Civil War has been brought to light with the reopening of the main tunnel by which the famous mine under the Confederate works near Petersburg was placed. These were 30 feet underground, and the tunnel extends a distance of 510 feet with several other tunnels connecting, with also a bomb-proof room. I thought this was a small reference, but it was interesting because it shows that there are several legends of Civil War tunnels. Well, in this case, it's an architectural feat. This is even referenced in Scooby-Doo Zombie Island. We were gonna go to New Orleans, but ended up not going, and so we were watching this movie just because it's a classic and it has a lot of truth into it. But one of the things mentioned is that beneath this old world mansion were these Civil War underground tunnels. Same things mentioned in this newspaper article. Only thing is, what if this is just a cover-up? With Pensacola, there are instances where people are just straight up saying that the Spanish built the forts and tunnels. Or in other places, they'll say Civil War, because the truth is, no one has a clue who built these tunnels. All they know is that they're there and that people have always known about them, but that something happened and now barely anyone knows about it. In a news article from the P&J, October 19th, 1958, they're talking about British forts in Pensacola, and one of the lesser known forts of Pensacola called Fort George, which is also underplayed and again given the impression to be a wooden fort, when really it was a massive fort where the current location of downtown Pensacola resides, meaning downtown Pensacola was built on top of a huge bastion. And you can even see evidence for this in front of the History Museum. They show you. It's all the old brick under the street. Quote, Fort George, named for the reigning king, was built upon Gage Hill, now the site of Lee Square, which again, that's propaganda. It was much larger. And to quickly mention, so you have Fort George in downtown Pensacola, and there was a Fort San Bernardo, which in this documentary of Pensacola, it talks about how it was completely covered up with these new residences, meaning there could be tunnels under the neighborhoods as well. The fort was heavily armed and with facilities for a sizable defense army, and it also included a communication system for contact with rebuilt Fort San Carlos. Historians are generally agreed that this was a visual system, meaning it was well known in Pensacola at the time that there was a communication system between these two forts, okay? San Carlos is Barrancas, so that's like 8.6 miles from downtown. What the author of this article is saying that the historians, remember, All the articles I showed you of these journalists complaining about the historians, it's because these historians, what is a historian? They want to program us to believe that it was just a visual system system out there. But he continues and says carefully, but rumor existed for many years that an underground tunnel had been dug linking the two fortified points. Most of these historians have no idea what's going on. It's just that they themselves have been programmed from birth with royal Jesuit chronologies. The oral tradition is a source, especially when found in multitude of references. It becomes pretty damning. I'm not trying to disrespect their work or anything, I just don't trust what they do, and I don't think that they're looking at the full picture. These people have been successfully programmed by the reset, as I was mentioning with the Oddfellows and their infiltration of all the institutions of our civilization. It's not a conspiracy, it's historical fact. So, during these times, people in Pensacola News Journal, many journalists of which were locals, had not only heard of these stories of Civil War soldiers in the underground tunnels, but they had been in many that still existed. You can clearly see it in the pamphlet of the first reference that we found with the legends. There's a tunnel that leads to the bay, and in the background you can see the old Christ Church. There's even a photo that I found at UWF that shows that there's tunnels under Fort George. In an article from Pensacola News in 1965 called Much is Being Done by Don Hogan. It's discussing Palafox and how it's going through a lot of changes, speaking that there were hundreds of lines of wires sweeping in wary droops from stacks of cross arms on utility poles which lined both sides of Main Street. He goes on to say that there's a lack of such lines today because we've all become accustomed to their absence. But listen to this. Yet, their counterparts still follow the route of Palafox out of sight because they're hidden away in underground tunnels or conduits. He's telling you that the utility companies are using these tunnels to keep the streets clean. In another reference from 1967 in the Pensacola News, they had a feature talking about Pensacola's history. Quote, bus stops at Fort San Carlos in Barrancas for a tourist picture taking session. Fort San Carlos was built of earthworks. Remember, this is around 1970. Continues, by the Spanish in 1559 and later of stone. A four-sided brick fortification, Fort Barrancas, was constructed in 1839. But what they're trying to do is make it seem like they're two different things. As we saw with the older article, that's not necessarily the case. And interestingly, the French burned down the first fort called Fort San Carlos de Austria, and none of it remains today. Which I'm telling you, if these royals are coming to protect themselves from battle, they aren't just going to put up a wooden defense. They want to do anything. Fort San Carlos de Barrancas is a brick fortification built by the Spanish in 1787 in Pensacola, Florida. It wasn't a presidio, it was a brick fortress of impressive size. Remember, this is mainstream. I'll explain what I think is going on later, but it's a lie that these were just built for the Civil War. There were full-on brick fortresses in Pensacola in 1780, and we can also see this in the engravings. Now, in the news article, they're saying that both these sites, which really are the same structure, have underground tunnels. Okay, so we made it pretty deep now, and I'm sure there may be some who still aren't sure where I'm going with this, so just a hint before we get to the most important detail. I'm essentially trying to say that there has been a cover-up in the history of Pensacola. Not only a cover-up of ancient tunnels, but even the datings of the buildings on Palafox are fabrications, and at some point in Pensacola's past, there were many more buildings that not only were destroyed through deliberate conflagrations, but removed from history entirely. The skeptics and historians say that UWF has already looked, and that they've never found anything. Well, I don't trust them. Seriously, go there, try to have a conversation with them. You'll see what I mean. Just because a government-funded institution comes in, slaps their name on the authority of history, and says they did excavations, honestly, it just doesn't really mean anything. Because if we can catch them in one lie, then what else are they lying about? And I'm just talking about the lie of history that was set up by these elite secret societies that UWF just follows blindly because they don't have any ability to cross-reference outside of the mainstream paradigm that was directly handed to them. They can't think without using sources, and many of them won't even begin to ponder whether there has been a cover-up of history because they don't possess pattern recognition. Everything for them is just a coincidence, hence many of them being agnostic or atheist. I'm not saying everyone at UWF is that way. I'm just talking about the people who control the narrative in Pensacola's history. Yeah, I don't think these historians are to be trusted. And let's just say that there was a party trying to keep certain knowledge from us. Hence, the entire purpose of a secret society. Why call it secret unless you're keeping something secret? The hoarding of specific pieces of information? Or better yet, understandings of what has happened in history? So with all that said, I'm about to tell you the most interesting thing that I learned about Pensacola, and I believe it proves that there has indeed been a cover-up. It involves a man that many of you may have never heard of. Well, maybe some old-timers, but I consider this to truly be a secret lost history of Pensacola. The man is named Don Francisco Moreno, but I can't go into the story right away. I have to build it up, but trust me, it's worth it. You remember the San Carlos Hotel, right? The one that was torn down for no reason, but it was a well-known hotel that was there for 80 years, which its supposed construction began in 1910. Also remember that Barrancas originally started from a Spanish ancient bastion named San Carlos, right? The hotel actually had a well inside and a supposed rooftop cistern and purification system, which is an interesting detail, but this hotel is going to play into our story here in a moment. So supposedly, they built this 7-story brick skyscraper, pretty impressive structure, starting in 1908 and finishing in 1911. Interestingly, this is where the current day courthouse is. Now, there are construction photos of the San Carlos Hotel. Remember, we're in the 1910 area, but I have suspicions that it's not at all how they present it. I'm willing to entertain the idea that they could construct this at this level in 1910. I'm not really trying to argue against that. They had construction companies. Although, I am suspicious of the progression of the project. The first stages are very well documented, but I believe that the dimensions for these first photos are completely off comparing to the classic photo of the hotel. And also, there's a huge leap in progress that doesn't really add up with the beginning photos. I also see potential compositing artifacts as well as different colorizations of plates, possibly from using different types of lenses. Also, where is everybody in the streets? This is 1910 supposedly, on Palafox? We should see people, but instead we see this weird guy staring at the camera, as you do with many old photos. The black suits and top hats are purposely trying to show you the construction because it's a part of the programming of the narrative of every city. Yet, if it were true, you would think that there would be way more documentation for all these other buildings. If they can take these HD photos of the process in 1910 of the San Carlos, why don't we see the same thing for all the other buildings on Palafox? I mean, they could have made full-on movies documenting the process. People would watch that today. But again, they want to say that they didn't have the technology or exposures were messed up, yet they were taking HD daguerreotype photos of Freemasons? I don't know, just seems strange to me, but I keep all options open. Yet, if they did build it, they built it here for a reason, as they tore multiple buildings down so that they could build it here, including one of Pensacola's earliest churches. I believe there's more to this story of the San Carlos than we're being told. So after diving deep, I found some interesting details. In 1909, at the start of the construction, we have an article confirming that there was an old church at the site of this hotel. They want us to believe that it was built in just 3 years. They never say this directly, but in an article in 1911, it is clear that the San Carlos Hotel is in business because it goes into how there was going to be a great ball and it says that a royal king and queen were gonna come and be staying at the San Carlos Hotel. So they already had wealthy, rich club members that were flooding in, and they just built the structure in 3 years. Also, in the same article, it reveals that it was no ordinary ball, but this was some type of secret society thing again. In the same article, it speaks of the Warrington and Barrancas gave dance in the Knights of Columbus Hall, which Knights is another thing that they will do in secret societies. Look right here, in the Pensacola commercial from 1882, you see the Jopalage of the Oddfellows right by the Catholic Knights of America, Knights of Honor, Knights of Pythias. They had these everywhere in Pensacola. And also, in another article from 1909 during the supposed construction, there's an article talking about the church that was once there and how the story of a black workman who fell from a steeple, which is strangely familiar to that Charleston story with their old church. There's a section named Some Ancient History, which claims that the church started in 1882, but was nothing worth noting until 1887. He also mentions that there was an epidemic in Pensacola in 1882, and so it was very difficult to get the funds to complete the church. To me, this entire story is BS because notice how it said ancient history. We're talking about the San Carlos Hotel from an article in 1909. Well, it continues to say that plans changed many times with this early church that supposedly was in the location of where the San Carlos Hotel lies today, and that when they were tearing down the walls of the church, they discovered several strata of different kinds of bricks. So it was a brick church from 1880, and it continues to say that when completed, it was considered the finest building in the city, which it undoubtedly was at its time. This is the church that they're talking about, and this is a photo from 1880, and you can see it already looks pretty old. Why would they demolish this? Why not just put the San Carlos Hotel somewhere else? Maybe there was some type of incentive to use the site of the church? It tells the story of a black man who fell, hit his head with no injury, but very strangely, towards the end, it says an investment company bought the old church and that in reality, it had no value and that the building was an expense and a hindrance? It's not even 20 years old. You guys just built one of the finest churches in Pensacola, which would increase tourism, be a historical artifact, but they just destroyed it to make way for a new hotel? So we saw the photo. There's really only one photo of it. Why would they destroy this? I looked up the history too. It supposedly goes back to 1820, and they don't really talk about this building at all in the museum. Look how old this thing is, and strangely, I found this on the Florida Memory website where they date this photo to circa 1910, which I'm not saying is correct, but I just find that interesting. Because they started construction in 1909, maybe it was right before they started, but I don't know, seems very off to me. You can even see indications that this is another old world structure that goes underneath the ground. There's another Methodist church too that's called the First Methodist Church, which was moved, they say. It's just something that the historians do so that they can push the date to a more recent time. So, we know that they were building huge brick buildings in the 1880s, but how about earlier? We know about the forts, but I'm talking houses and businesses on Palafox. Where are the 1800s and even 1700s brick buildings other than these churches, which they date to 1880? Well, in the Pensacola Gazette from 1824, we see a newspaper posting that 2 houses are for sale, and you can clearly see that they are using a depiction that shows 3-story houses. This is 1824, and I don't think those look like the houses that they have in Pensacola Village. And as you read this, it explains that these are 2-story high brick buildings, but with also a cellar. That's an interesting detail. So really, it's like 3 stories if it has an underground bunker. Now we're about to get into the Morenos because in this 1820 article, we see that a Fernando Moreno versus Francisco Vidal had hit the court, and what this was about was Mr. Vidal, who I believe to be Don Francisco Moreno, is buying lots of buildings from other property owners, meaning these weren't constructed, but they are selling old houses, and this is 200 years ago. That's going to be difficult to explain, so let's learn who Don Francisco Moreno is. The earliest historical reference is in 1901 in the Pensacola News Journal, although you can find his name in 1820 newspapers as we'll cover. The 1901 article goes on to say that a Miss Angela S. Mallory was born in Pensacola under the Spanish domination in June 1816. Her father was Don Francisco Moreno, a distinguished Spanish merchant, and her mother was the beautiful and talented Josephine Lopez. She got married to Stephen Russell Mallory at younger than 14 and then was ushered into society in Pensacola 2 years later. It rarely talks about how she was at the age of 16 and would go to this Mallory's cousin's house, Miss McIntosh. It says that she refused him and then finally accepted him. It's a weird story, but the Mallorys went on to be politicians and influential members of the New Pensacola. That's right, New Pensacola. But that still doesn't really tell us anything. I mean, why is this Don Francisco Moreno so important? Well, we really only see history on this from 1930 to roughly 1960, and in 1957, the P&J featured an article speaking of a Chicago Tribune article that spoke of the history of the King of Pensacola. The King of Pensacola? I never heard that before. Now, this isn't the article that's going to cover all the details, but towards the end, it talks about how the daughter of Don Francisco Moreno was still living in Pensacola. It explains more about the author of the Chicago article and how he obtained his information through interviews. It says that Don Moreno had 27 children and 75 grandchildren, but it doesn't really say anything else about him other than that he was the King of Pensacola. We see at the end that Miss Sublette is the mother of Hortensia Sublette, who is the News Journal Society editor, meaning these people were connected with the media of the time. The Chicago article really doesn't go too much into this except an interesting detail that Don Francisco Moreno had tried multiple times to leave Pensacola and could not leave. But still, who is this guy and why was he called the King of Pensacola? Well, only bits and pieces of history are scattered throughout the newspaper, which is weird because they always speak so highly of him as if he's this huge deal. But look at this. Now remember, this guy's last name is Moreno, which is Spanish for dark skin if you're not aware. In a Pensacola news article from 1929, we have a story on Miss Sublette, which we know is connected to Moreno already. Well, Veronica Sublette is Miss Olympia and they're announcing a wedding on Palm Beach, which, weirdly, his last name is Flood. I don't know what to make of that, but it gives a little history lesson in the 4th paragraph. Miss Sublette is a daughter of Miss Robert Wilson Sublette and the later Rover Wilson Sublette. On the maternal side of her family, she is the granddaughter of Don Francisco Moreno, one of the early Pensacola settlers. She is the great-granddaughter of Don Francisco Moreno of the Spanish Army, who came directly to Fort Barrancas from Malaga, Spain. So it was already there when he arrived? It continues, quote, she's also a niece of Stephen Russell Mallory. Remember the Mallorys? Secretary of the Confederate States? See? They're politicians. On her father's side, she traces her ancestry to French Huguenots who landed in Mannequin Town, Virginia in 1700. Is there any evidence to suggest that the French Huguenots were more south in the Carolinas, Florida, all the way up to Mobile and New Orleans? I'd say so. And it gets better. In an article from 1944, we see a meeting was held discussing Stephen Mallory and Don Francisco Moreno was mentioned. Quote, Miss Clubs traced the genealogy of Senator Mallory for 4 generations. His colorful career and beautiful romance with Angela Moreno, daughter of the late Don Francisco Moreno, formerly known as the King of Pensacola, definitely tied him to the life of the city. So, there's another reference that these families go back to the 1850s and that Don Moreno Francisco was the King of Pensacola. And there's a 1948 article called Famous Pensacola Families in Book published this week. Quote, Miss Robinson has taken a wide and rich field for her tales of old Pensacola, and the actors who play out the drama of their lives in the pages are real people, Spanish and French, who lived in stirring times and were a part of the periods of Spanish and French occupation. Included are Don Francisco Moreno, who was given the title of King of Pensacola according to Professor A.J. Hanna in his fascinating book, Flight into Oblivion. There's a Don Manuel Gonzalez, who's another important figure that is connected, and she mentions a couple other people, and each of these people had multiple estates and properties, including Colonel Juan de la Rua, who lived lavishly at his home and was an officer of the Spanish crown and a member of the assemblies under General Andrew Jackson. It actually mentions the Kena House as being the oldest standing building in Pensacola, but I honestly think they're talking about a different one than the one we see today. You see, these people were royalty. They had millions of dollars, many properties if not hundreds, and they weren't just living lavishly in these tiny little cottages or shacks that they show us now. They were fully capable of building massive forts during this time according to mainstream history, and these newspapers are saying that these people were extremely rich. But as I was reading this article, I was like, why does this sound so familiar? I didn't realize it at the time, but I remembered that one of the references that we found in the library, that little pamphlet with the legends of Pensacola's underground tunnels, well, in that pamphlet, there's another story, okay? The issue is that the names were never really discussed. The legend is called the Gonzalez Family Jewels. According to J.W. Crary Sr., when Pensacola streets were lighted by kerosene lamps, a black man by the name of Jim went around at night to light the lamps. He used cheap kerosene and many lights would be out before he finished his rounds. One night, while lighting the lamps, Jim hears this loud moan and upon investigation found an old settler bleeding to death from a slashed artery. Jim tried to save him but failed. The old man had buried some treasure along one of the streets but lacked strength to tell his secret. When the old San Carlos was being built, Mr. Gonzalez found the jewels which were handed down from one generation to another and were highly prized by the family. Now, I don't think they actually built it just yet, but even if they did, why and how did they find the jewel there? Does it have something to do with the building before? Or what's under the ground in this lot? Would explain why they keep tearing down buildings and rebuilding them in the exact same place for no real reason. So, who is this Mr. Gonzalez? And who is this family with these jewels? I mean, that sounds like something that was so rare and worth a lot of money. Where did they get something like that? There wasn't really any details to the story when I was reading it, so I kind of just forgot about it. But does this have something to do with the first king of Pensacola, Don Francisco Moreno? Well, you're about to find out why this is secret history. In a 1938 article from the P&J, an article was released giving shocking details of both Moreno and Gonzalez families during a colorful pageant story of 5 flags over Pensacola written by Mary Etta King. Historians writing the pageant were intensely interested in the parts played by Don Francisco Moreno and Don Manuel Gonzalez in the building of Pensacola. Obviously, there's a connection between these two families. Descendants of these two romantic gentlemen are added to the colorful pageant. You guys remember Miss Hortensia Sublette? We talked about her. She was the leading News Journal Society editor. They had deep connections with not only the media, but their ancestral line was based in royalty? So it continues to list the descendants of both Moreno and Gonzalez families, but in this paragraph, it explains how Miss Hortensia is taking part in a play or pageant in which she plays the daughter of Don Francisco Moreno. But to be clear, she is the actual granddaughter of Don Francisco Moreno. But not just that, she also happens to be the descendant of Don Gonzalez? Really? So the Moreno and Gonzalez line mixes in their genealogy. She also did work for St. Nicholas, so she was most likely heavily influenced by these Catholic societies in Pensacola during the time. This article spills the beans on the true history of Don Francisco Moreno, and I haven't found anything that goes more in depth. So we're gonna read it all, and it's insane. You're not even gonna believe it. The mother of pearl trinket opened. In it lay 2 wedding rings, those of Mentoria Gonzalez and Francisco Moreno. The dainty fingers of their owner held up the rings, and through the gold loops was caught the sparkling eyes of Miss Hortensia Sublet, the youngest daughter of Don Francisco Moreno. Francisco Moreno was born in Pensacola in 1793. Here, he lived for 90 years. So he lived in Pensacola for 90 years? Where did he live? What was the city like? His life and Pensacola are closely interwoven. He was the first Spanish consul, and over his home flew the flag of Spain during the War of 1812, and also the Civil War. Hold up, so he was in Pensacola during the War of 1812? That's oddly specific. For you guys who don't know, 1812 is a huge date in alternative circles. That's the date that many cataclysms happened in the United States and signifies the start of a new reset. It's very strange that this article mentions this war, as it is the only time I have seen it referenced in this entire research of Pensacola. It was never brought up once, except for in this article. I don't think that's a coincidence. Don Francisco was a wealthy and very influential man. He was the owner of much land and many slaves. He was thrice married and the father and ancestor of 27 children and 75 grandchildren and 127 great-grandchildren. So they're literally telling you this guy was extremely rich, had many slaves, and large amounts of land, and a ton of kids. So what did his house look like? The historians are silent. Yet UWF will tell you that in the Spanish era of Pensacola, it was very minimal and not well built out, and that they lived in these tiny little houses. But listen to this. There were many treasures in the Moreno home. There, under the bed of Don Francisco, was an old iron chest anchored by ball and chain. So, this is what they were referencing in that Chicago Tribune article. But they're saying that it was some lost treasure or something, that he was looking for it, but they messed up on that one and didn't really give any details. This is the source for the family treasures. The iron chest was filled with gold coins, as Don would accept no other currency. So they were using gold coins as currency in Pensacola during this time. Does that not signify that this culture living here during this time was extremely rich? They confirm that this is not just a legend, and continues, quote, "This is now in the possession of Miss Bert Murphy." So they do have this treasure somewhere. But I couldn't believe this. Quote, "Down the hall," remember we're talking about the Moreno home, so down the hall was a wine closet with a huge brass key in the lock. A huge brass key, reminds me of Asheville. But quote, "Most intriguing is the subterranean tunnel running from the Moreno home to the Hotel Paris, which was Pensacola's first hotel and owned by Don Francisco Moreno." Whoa. So wait, not only was this home equipped with subterranean tunnels, it led to a Hotel Paris? So wait, these tunnels were under Palafox? What is this Hotel Paris? The first Pensacola hotel? And this hotel was owned by Don Francisco Moreno? Remember, this is a 1930 source. It's not the pamphlet of legends of Pensacola, which really wasn't that old. It's not those 1960, 1980 newspapers making fun of the tunnels or some journalist just telling some weird story about it. this is a 1930 newspaper documenting a historical pageant and play that was based on accurate history involving literal descendants of Don Moreno. But we're not done. It continues. On the wall in the living room was a coat of arms bearing a lion, a castle, and a duke's coffin. It's not certain today what connection this had to Francisco Moreno, but it was cherished by Miss Robert Sublet, or Miss Steja Moreno, who was the mother of Hortensia, and it was one of her father's possessions. What this means is that this guy was royalty. He literally was a king in Pensacola, owned multiple properties, 2 of which that we know now, his home and his Hotel Paris, and apparently they possessed the ability to create subterranean tunnels. And on top of that, they had treasures and currencies of gold and a coat of arms of a lion. Does that not sound familiar to you? I recommend watching the Biltmore Unveiled and Charleston Unveiled videos to understand the full context of these coat of arms, and then you'll know what we're dealing with. It continues to mention that he had an old gold clock from Spain and that he was also buried in the St. Michael Cemetery. Now, Don Gonzalez was also very influential and connected to the Morenos. Weirdly, he had earned the respect of the Indians and had spoke their language with great fluency. They even made a dictionary with several dialects, but of course, it was lost. Here see several grants of land and estates. Estates. So, these people were filthy rich, and they weren't living in tiny houses. It even says that he had a home called the 15-mile house. Of course, the historians say that this is because of the distance from Pensacola. That doesn't make sense. First off, why would he build a house 15 miles in the middle of nowhere from Pensacola? And what if it's not 15 miles away, but literally the house was over 15 miles in size? He was a part of this reset process as General Andrew Jackson came and visited his house. I don't think the future president was going to be coming to some tiny little shack. Obviously, this guy was of important status if Andrew Jackson is coming here right before the Civil War. And weirdly, it even says that Don Gonzalez was just willing to give everything he owned to General Jackson. But then he says, "As to my son, I'd rather plunge a sword in his bosom than to see him betray his king." Basically, after the reset, you have a new government coming into Pensacola, and the leader, supposedly General Andrew Jackson, who is the 7th US president, comes in and is like, "Yep, all of this is mine now." Don Gonzalez, one of the most wealthiest residents, who also seems to be deeply connected with the Indians, is like, "Okay, let's not mess with this guy. Everything I own is yours, but I just can't get my son to be a traitor. Okay, let him stay true to the throne." Meaning, Don Gonzalez felt like a traitor for whatever was going on during this period. Possibly some type of hijack of civilization living in Pensacola during this time. It continues. In later years, or after this event, Don Manuel Gonzalez just gave the plaza to the city of Pensacola. It was called the Ferdinand Square. Also, a large grant of land was given for the city market. Oh, you mean Palafox? They just gave it all away. And last I remember, Spanish, French, British, and these early settlers were all battling for ownership over these lands. So I highly doubt that they just gave all their property away. It then explains how the descendants of Gonzalez, specifically the granddaughter who was also the 3rd wife of Francisco Moreno, was forced to assist in the Civil War as lookouts. Then finishes explaining how Don Gonzalez is also in the St. Michael Cemetery. If you guys are from Pensacola and you care about history, I highly suggest downloading this archive, because once UWF and Pensacola News Journal sees this, I wouldn't be surprised if the article gets removed. I got it saved just in case, but just as I was reading this, I had this overwhelming feeling that there was just this great cover-up occurring right here in the city that I grew up in. We feel inspired to assist in reviving the true history of Pensacola, not the stage show that they show at the museums, because I was like, wait, why isn't Don Francisco Moreno mentioned in the museums, right? I showed you. We literally went through everything that Pensacola's mainstream history has to offer. all the gift shops, the museums, the library, and UWF. You will see the last name Moreno, but there's nothing explaining what we just read about Don Francisco Moreno and the King of Pensacola. That would make these museums actually interesting. A king in Pensacola? So I tried to start finding more references to this Hotel Paris. I hadn't seen anything talking about this anywhere in Pensacola. So I'm looking, and well, the problem is attribution, as it's the most powerful tool of the writers of history. Just rename something and call it different. Done. Well, what we know is the Hotel Paris, and or it was called the first Pensacola Hotel, and that it was owned by Don Francisco Moreno. That's what we know. And as I was looking for the Hotel Paris, there really wasn't that much. You'll see that there are multiple hotels called Hotel Paris in New York, Colorado, but in an article from 1890, Pensacola is to be congratulated upon this event in which M.R. John Donne becomes the new hotel keeper of an old city hotel in Pensacola. Him and this other guy, John Mooney, which is kind of weird, I guess they're taking charge over this hotel, and strangely, Mr. Donne was known as the king of restaurateurs. I don't think that this is an accident, and conveniently, there's not one reference to Don Francisco Moreno, and there's no address listed to this old city hotel. Where is it? What is it? How big? Don Moreno is mentioned in 1820 newspapers, and his death was mentioned at the end of the 1890s. Yet, there are no historical explanations until the 1930s, which is very strange. So, this is 20 years before the San Carlos Hotel, right? And all we get is like 3 or 4 articles in 1909 explaining how the San Carlos Hotel is being built. It even tries to tell us that in less than 3 years this was accomplished. But look at this. In an article from 1941, there's a history lesson on a Vincent J. Vidal. Remember that court case from the 1820s we were talking about? Well, this Vidal family is connected to all of this. And we know that the Morenos were aldermen in Pensacola, essentially the governing officials. Yet, there's a court case involving both Moreno and Vidal over the purchase of properties in which they never explain any details of what they purchased and how large were these structures involved. This article from 1941 talks about how Mr. Vidal had arrived in Pensacola in 1877, but I just showed you how the Vidal family goes back to 1820 here in Pensacola, and it says that he worked at the Old City Hotel. So, the Old City Hotel was here back in 1877? Interestingly, this Vidal was a part of secret societies. I mentioned this already with the Knights of Pythias, and he was affiliated with the Catholic Church, which if you don't know, has had multiple secret societies since the Knights of Malta. Not only was Don Moreno married to a Steja Moreno, well supposedly this Vidal guy marries a Steja as well, Miss Steja Vidal. We also have several postings when a family member died, and we would get a little bit of the history of their ancestry involving Don Francisco Moreno. Well, what we know is that this guy had multiple properties, and one was on East Zaragoza Street. But it gets better. The main home of Don Francisco, in an article from 1943, explains how it was one of Pensacola's oldest homes, and it was being torn down for a new building. It explains that this home is in the exact same location where the Tyson building now stands. The Tyson building is where they say the home was of Mr. Don Moreno. But ponder upon this. What if the Tyson building is the home of Don Moreno? If we look up the history of the Tyson building, not only are there no construction photos, but there's literally not one reference to Don Francisco Moreno's home. That's right, they only just look at the records that were handed to them and they follow them like religious text. Without a single question being asked, it becomes ridiculous and mind-numbing but this stuff is happening, and not one historian in Pensacola is showing interest. Well, that's not necessarily true. There was, and I already mentioned him. You see, I was told about John Appleyard as a very important clue in my research, and I wasn't really sure how he fit in, but this guy was not like any of the other historians in Pensacola. I think he knew more than anyone else, and to my surprise, I found a 2020 article right before his death talking about Don Francisco Moreno. Now the weird thing is, it's not searchable on Google. Now if you're probably watching this later, I wouldn't be surprised if there's an article now or if P&J makes this more searchable. But this was only found when searching through the archives of Don Francisco Moreno. You see nothing after 1960, and then out of nowhere, in 2020, John Appleyard makes an article explaining this lost history. Quote, "Many Pensacolians hold deep pride for their Spanish heritage. Thus, it is unfortunate that but few physical remains herald the lives of several men who were here early and their lives left stories to be told." Unfortunate? He's telling you straight up that everyone knows that Pensacola is deeply integrated with Spanish history, but there are many stories involving this history that was lost. But let's remember that John Appleyard was not a UWF historian. He was a storyteller. That's very important to note. Because the historians that I met, they were really just record keepers of UWF. Yet notice how John Appleyard, a true historian, or by that I mean someone with passion for truly discovering lost histories, is not an educated mainstream programmed historian from the universities, but Pensacola's most cherished historian was a story writer. But what does this mean? It gave him the ability to think creatively, something that these NPCs at UWF just don't understand. Appleyard continues, and it's kind of weird, right? His name is Appleyard, eating from a yard of apples, possibly the consuming of knowledge. But anyways, quote, "Their first family arrival came from Malaga under royal orders." Royal orders? And planted the family seed from which so many have sprung. Don Francisco apparently carried with him the means of establishing his ranch estate north of the city. So, this guy had a grandson, and his name was Don Francisco? They did this exact same history for the Vanderbilts. It's just another theme of duplicate names. But this grandson, Don Francisco of Don Francisco, was born in 1793, and this is the guy that we've been learning about. Quote, "An ambitious man, the young Francisco is remembered not by a moment, but by the presence of his name on a Pensacola street and on a court built to assist middle-income Americans." A court? He wouldn't happen to be talking about the courthouse that replaced the San Carlos Hotel. We continue. Yet, Don Francisco's adventure deserves better. Translation: this guy's a big deal, and there really isn't that much on him except a few documents and a street name, but this crucial figure of Pensacola's history deserves better than that. Implying that these historians are not doing their job. Quote, "From boyhood, Don Francisco utilized family capital well, meaning they were rich. He obtained ownership and so operated what was termed the Old City Hotel on Tarragona Street." So Appleyard is implying that this is before the age of 21? I looked up every reference to the Old City Hotel that I could find, and there's not one address throughout the archives. Even if you search it on Google, nothing comes up. No reference to this Old City Hotel. But you know what does come up? Interesting. San Carlos is the first result. Let's see what it says. Well, in the history of San Carlos, we learn that originally there was a Methodist church. Look at this. They say that they bought this Methodist church, which was supposedly in the same exact location as the San Carlos Hotel. They bought this Methodist church from another church building that was on the old Tarragona Street. That's right. What if the San Carlos Hotel is the Old City Hotel which is the Paris Hotel, which were owned by the Morenos and Gonzalez families. This fully explains the legends of the family gems. Remember? There were hidden gems passed by the families that were supposedly found in the construction. So I was like, we need to find out what this Moreno guy looks like. But I couldn't find anything. Only 2 references. One is in an article from 1960 explaining how they were going to shut down the museum on the supposed old home of Don Moreno, which is Pensacola's first banker and the father of Miss Stephen Russell Mallory, who was the wife of the Secretary of the Navy of the Confederacy. In this little setup of a museum they had, which I don't really know if I believe it, because this is in 1960, and how do we know they weren't just doing the same stuff that they do today? And they show you just some little house to give this impression that there was no real city in Pensacola during these periods, and so I'm not even sure if that's a portrait of him. But this is the best we got. Not only that, but I found out that this portrait was donated to the Pensacola Historical Society's museum, and they're saying that they had a portrait of Don Francisco Moreno in their archives. I saw this, I was like, wait, so does the Pensacola Museum have this? So we went through everything there, and there was not one reference to Don Moreno. My intention is not to disrespect, but to just pass along what is happening and what I found in my research. These museums are run by young college students, and I honestly don't really think they're that passionate. That's my opinion. The girl who walked in was the girl from the Pensacola village, where they're constantly giving a preview of what it was like in colonial times, and none of these houses had any water or kitchens, and they did everything outside. That's what they tell us. And this girl works out there every single day, right by the Tivoli house. Guess what? That house was owned by Don Francisco Moreno. So why does no one seem to know about him? I'm not saying that there aren't some tour guides that have heard that name before. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the Pensacola Museum did not have any references to Don Moreno, and there should be a lot more information. The people who work at the front desk at the museum looked at me like I was crazy and told me they had never heard of him in their life. Then, on the outside, right at the entrance, this is what they tell you about the structures and how they were like in the Spanish era. Why should we believe anything these museums tell us? These educated historians not only don't care, but they don't have the ability or time to bring up all this info and respond thoroughly. The only thing they can do is label it as a conspiracy theory or misinformation, and then go pull up government records and scarce manipulated photos with the intention to deceive. Remember, this takes pattern recognition and creativity to see the patterns. We aren't just looking at Pensacola. We're looking at the consistent theme throughout all these old world cities in America. Oddfellows, orphanages, great fires and great cataclysms, underground subterranean tunnels that have been labeled as Prohibition in almost every downtown. How about the royal-funded expeditions by the Jesuits and the Huguenots that were the early settlers who constructed a large amount of the old world churches in the 1700s in America? I showed you one in Charleston Unveiled. They won't bring these topics up because it's not their job to unveil the truth of history. But these historians, they want to keep power and control of the records of history that were handed down to them. I mean, seriously, what is the difference between the legend of the Pensacola tunnels and the history that they tell us at the museums regarding downtown Pensacola? We still have the potential to go uncover these. There is evidence for these tunnels, but as for the story of Pensacola, how the buildings came to be and how they were constructed, well, that was all just written down by a person. We really don't have enough to go on. The Spanish records were lost, there's been great fires of course, but there are people that still remember these tunnels vividly. Did they just disappear? Or has there been a loss in interest into the true origins of Pensacola? Just think, if these tunnels are true, then that means they go for miles. Under the bay? And all these forts were connected? Think about it. When you're in Fort Pickens, there are these tunnels, and these aren't underground, but if you look at them, they look very similar. It's just a hallway that goes in a loop, and in some cases they're kind of small, right, because it was buried, but it's the same thing at Barrancas. And there are underground tunnels here, but what if they're not underground tunnels? It's just the bottom floor of a buried structure, and there could even be further levels that go below that. What if it's not an underground tunnel, but instead a massive ancient star fort that connected multiple forts in Pensacola, and all of these things that we call fort bastions are really just corners of a much larger fort. If we know that the supposed Civil War forts like Fort Pickens and Barrancas used to be Spanish forts, not presidios, right? Because we know this because of the reference from 100 years ago that they truly believe these to be built by the Spanish. That means that they were taken over by the US in the 1820s. Who's to say that the Spanish, or the early settlers who came, did not do the exact same thing? I mean, look at this engraving. It kind of makes more sense now. What if the Spanish came and these forts were already there? They say that the Presidio of Santa Rosa was supposedly burnt down by the French, and they even say that they built an impressive church here. Well, let's take a look at a map, because if you consider what we said about there being tunnels connecting the forts, right? I showed you the archives on how this was well known in the 1900s that the Civil War soldiers used these tunnels. So if we draw in these connections and even consider a few other forts, because remember, this whole Presidio thing is BS. So we have Fort San Miguel, which is supposed to be located on Garcon Point. Look at this map. You can see that the bay looks slightly different, and we can confirm a couple other things on these old maps. So what if there were even more forts that we do not know about because they were mass flooding? Well, in 1812, there was the largest earthquake to ever hit the United States, a 8.2 magnitude called the New Madrid earthquakes. This could definitely be the event that caused mass flooding in this area. We also have to add Fort Walton in Destin, Navarre as well, as it is an old city that was called Igan. Just like every Spanish settlement, they would not start a city without first creating a bastion. But as I was mapping this out, I actually had this memory that I almost forgot, because when I was in high school, there was kind of this hideout spot behind Portofino, which is a famous hotel on Pensacola Beach. If you go past Portofino, you'll start to see these massive dunes, which is truly one of my favorite environments. Sunsets, everything about this place is awesome. But one place in particular, it's kind of like multiple dunes that make this little hideout, and people would come here and have parties. It was called the Sand Vajayjay. Right, we're teenagers, it was weird, I didn't name it. But if you know anything, comment so that I know that you're a real one. And now that I think back, I really wonder if it's completely natural, or if these dunes are similar to that area right before you get to Pickens, where supposedly a piece of the fort exploded and landed miles away or something, but it's completely buried in sand, and it looks very similar to this hideout that I'm talking about. And there was also a spot in the San Vajayjay that was like this cliff that we would jump off and we would grab onto this tree branch. But now that I think back, there were no huge rocks or boulders, so I kind of think that there could be something under those dunes. Now, there's another place that I think I knew rumors about, but I didn't really find it until 2016 with Moon. And at the time, we weren't really fully aware of all this stuff, so I didn't really think much of it, especially because it's all graffitied up. But if you're on the bayside, right, and you get a kayak or paddleboard and literally just go down from Portofino, go down the coast, you'll find out that there's this construction, but there's no historical information on what this is. The officials have to be aware of this. I mean, if you have teens hanging out here and having parties, I mean, you'd think it would get busted. I tried looking online and I don't know what this is called. You can see it from Google Maps right here. It's mostly concrete, so I'm not saying it's ancient or anything, but the question is, what is below? And what was this even for? Are there more of these? The point being is that there was construction happening all along the land of the bay, and that includes Pensacola Beach. Was this a fort? Who knows? But it's definitely worth considering. So could you imagine if this was once a giant structure that was all connected? I mean, remember, Don Gonzalez lived in a structure named the 15-Mile House. Just saying. And if they had the ability to build tunnels under the bay, I mean, we're talking some advanced tech. That's the whole reason they don't believe this, because they did not possess the ability to do this in the modern day until after World War I. So whoever built these tunnels built them a long time ago. I don't think it was the Spanish. That's just what they tell us in the mainstream history. Well, not even. They deny that they exist. But in the 1900s, they knew that they were there because locals had been in them. So they were asking questions, and the only history that these orphans in Pensacola knew is Scaligerian history, or Jesuit Catholic timelines created by the Knights or secret societies controlling the new reset. This is not taught in schools because we are only taught his story, or what the winners wrote in the books. Well, there is an alternative history, a history that has been systematically erased by the church elite brotherhoods. You see, the education system teaches that in America, when the Europeans arrived, that all there was were savage, cannibalistic natives. Yet, in other depictions, we see castles and fortified cities in the early 1500s in America. These fortified cities are seen all over Europe, and they're known as STARFORTs. They were massive geometrical bastions that would surround an entire city. Some of these were not used just for war, as they are also purposed around water. They had the ability to pump water, as we showed in the Fort Pickens video. There are pipes within the arches for moving water. These were used as machinery, possibly for preventing flooding in the cities, as they were experiencing many cataclysms during these times. Who were the inhabitants in America building massive starfort bastions of such an incredible size? What civilization possessed the technology to do this? We explore this with the Tartaria series, but essentially, you have mainstream history, which says we come from apes from Africa, which is just materialism, or you have a more spiritual history of humanity in which we have slowly de-evolved from spirit, rising and falling through consciousness with different golden ages. We are taught that man did not possess advanced technology until World War I or early 1900s, yet we see the evidence all around us, where everything was destroyed, the books and libraries were burned, entire histories and languages rewritten, names relabeled, times and calendars rearranged, entire wiping of cities. Yet we are all familiar with the stories of Atlantis, and also the Druids or priests of the mystery schools who were sought out and slaughtered by the church. Yet, there is evidence to suggest that early visitors labeled as pagans had visited North America. This gets into the entire west to east movement rather than east to west movement of civilization. We are told that Florida was discovered by Columbus and Ponce, but what if the suppressed civilization of Druids started to spread the knowledge of the past civilizations before the flood, creating massive architectures across Europe, Africa, the Middle East and Asia, until they passed the Bering Strait and moved into America. They had developed multiple cities in America, as referenced by many maps in the early 1500s, which were most likely based on even older maps. There were many cataclysms occurring during this time, and this was due to different cult worship. Therefore, different religions began to arrive based on these ancient mystery school teachings taught by the Druids and the priests of the past age. This knowledge of magic and the esoteric arts were distorted and turned into modern-day religions. The ancient knowledge of astrotheology, timekeeping, agriculture, architecture, tarot, magic, mathematics, art, science, all of it was taken by these cults of power that took this knowledge and turned it into a mechanism of control. Therefore, I conclude that the builders of these massive geometric starforts came before religion. They were not in a slave debt system. They possessed a passion like no other for developing cities, some of which have large doors and tunnels that seem to be the work of literal giants. Which is fitting, because there are reports of giant remains in Florida dating back to the early 1800s. Let's not forget the Native American Indian mounds containing the remains of giants over 7 feet tall with red hair. This would explain a lot. But of course, now you can begin to see why these so-called experts can't even begin to fathom what the mysteries of history hold, because they're not interested. They think they have everything figured out, because this is just way too crazy for them. Reality is far stranger than we can imagine. So these early druids, who did contain the negative RH trait, were also multicultural from all around the world, came to America and united with the local Aboriginal, Moorish, and Toltec Aboriginals in America. They had full-on cities in the 1500s in America, and they were massive. These are the stories of legends, remember? The 7 cities of Cibola. The early Spanish, right when they were beginning to be converted into these cults, before it was even a problem, came to the Americas and witnessed these lands, and these were the source of the Montalvo novels. Early Spanish explorers under the royal Jesuit crown who had begun their missionary process of trying to rule the world. These Abrahamic religions all come from Saturnalian worship, or the early Canaanites that became the early Hebrews or Phoenicians that then became the Venetians, or Pope Maximilian, the Black Phoenix, the ruler of these different bloodlines under this god. So essentially, these people created a false idol, the bull, Saturn. They realized that it gave them power, and they went crazy because they realized that the Ark of the Covenant can destroy entire cities, such as with the horns of Jericho. These religious cults got a hold of ancient tech and magic that allowed them to create conscious cataclysms, and this was their tool for taking over entire societies. The royal cults that we were focusing on were the Sephardic Jews and the Black Royal Huguenots that came into Americas, because essentially, before them, the Spanish and the Roman Jesuits came in and a bunch of cataclysms started happening. And I'm not going to say it was on purpose, but who's to say it wasn't? And after these cataclysms, you had these inhabitants of these cities becoming what we call natives, or what the early Spanish call cannibals, and they were also known to be giants, because as Native American legends tell, the sun disappeared for years at a time, and it would come and get so hot that they had to hide underground with the ant people. It's an actual Hopi legend from the Grand Canyon, those who lived in the tunnels underground. So these natives were living in the ruins of these enormous cities. There were massive amounts of resources, gold, jewels, the stuff of fairy tales. So of course, you have all these religious bloodlines thirsty for power trying to come in and take part of this. Free land, free buildings, all they had to do for the king was renovation, so they sent their best pirates. The Dutch had been in America just as early as the Spanish, if not earlier, had its entire own country, and the French were really the early Huguenot Protestants who came in and supposedly built all these churches. I don't see why we should believe that these religious cult drunks loving gambling and prostitution built any of this stuff. I think they just came in and did massive amounts of renovation during the 1700s and 1800s. And I don't have anything against Protestants or Catholics. People keep saying that the Catholics are just as bad, and I'm not biased. I think they're the same beast. Catholics just did their stuff in private. So these Huguenots were all in South Carolina, West Florida, and Louisiana, and they have ancestry to the Spanish Moors and black nobility. Around the early 1800s, they start bringing in Freemasons and Oddfellows from Europe and Scottish Rites and start repopulating old world cities such as Pensacola, and these were all newly renovated cities. But many architectures did not align with their new narrative of control, so they burned as much architecture as possible to erase any evidence of an advanced culture. They salvage what they can, repurpose the buildings into businesses, create a fake stage of a city out of the remains, and they choose a couple of buildings, typically for religious and governmental purposes, such as the History Museum or the Old City Hall in Pensacola. Then they had to build fake streets over the remains of the city below. Just like Futurama, right below our feet on Palafox is the old city of Pensacola. They just came in and built on top of everything that was there. The symbol of the phoenix, the double-headed eagle. The new Pensacola would rise from the ashes, and this is the history that we are left with. The cover-up has multiple levels. Well, what if the history that was forced down our throats is wrong? What if there were people in America far earlier and far more advanced than the Spanish or any of the early European settlers? And not only this, but this advanced civilization was not only forgotten to history, but suppressed by the priests of the New World. They decided that they don't want humanity to know about its great achievements in the past, or that all the technology we use today has existed in a variety of different forms throughout the ages. They can't keep their depth slave system when we know that the ancients were not only capable of building cities larger than we could ever imagine, but had technology that would make us look like primitive savages. So much was lost, but we can still uncover the past with our curiosity. For as long as we question the mainstream history, there's always a chance that our minds may be unveiled.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?